What's up, everyone? Welcome on in. Hello, hello. I hope all of you are doing well out there. Let me see if I can swap over to the good old Genshin screen here, and we can get the stream started, shall we? Boom. How's it going, everyone? Welcome on in. This is a brand new, random, spontaneous YouTube live stream that I'm doing today without any prior plan. I was not really expecting to do one today, but I kind of feel like I have to, and it's probably a good thing that I do a YouTube live stream today. But yeah, welcome on in, everyone. Hope you guys are doing well out there. Hopefully your week so far is pretty well. It's currently Wednesday, the hump day of the week, so we only have what, like 2 more days until we reach the weekend, and it'll be a fun time. I can't wait. Yeah. So, chat, my lovely chat. Um, it's not been too crazy long since I've done a previous YouTube live stream, but I will say that my YouTube live streams are quite rare. Um, Basically, to explain why I'm live today, um, as you guys might be able to see in front of you, we have this current event here in Genshin, which is called the Tournament of Glory in Bloom. And the funny thing is, I remember one day I logged into Genshin just offline, and I saw this event, and I was like, "Oh, it's a limited time event. It's going to be ending in several days." And so I decided to check out the quest because I thought that what was going to happen is I thought this was going to be an event where there's like a small short quest where you get introduced to like an NPC or multiple NPCs, and then after that, you kind of like do some sort of activity, right? Whether it's like a combat event or whether it is, one of those like photo taking events, right? Or anything random, you know. I thought this was one of those kind of like just very basic, simplistic Genshin quests, right? It turns out this right here is apparently kind of like a big quest line. It is I would say the quest line for the entire like new area of Natlan, right? The volcano area where we have Varesa and we have Ian-san, right? Um, the Collective of Plenty, basically that entire area of Natlan. This quest, it basically goes over all of that stuff, and I was not aware of that. So the purpose of today's live stream is that we need to play this little event here. We need to, experience the quest, so that we can kind of learn more about the area and unlock, all of the different locations in the new area. But yeah, that's the big reason why I'm live today, why I'm doing this. And then, I'm thinking that sometime in the future, I don't know when it's gonna be. It might be this week, it might be next week. Very likely, I'm thinking it's probably not gonna be this week, just because of my schedule. I don't think that this week is viable, but maybe next week or the week after. I was thinking of possibly potentially streaming a little bit of Wuthering Waves, because Wuthering Waves has a big major quest line that I need to do in that game, right? Um, the one thing that I'm not sure about with Wuthering Waves is basically with that game. I mentioned this during my previous YouTube live stream, but I currently have Wuthering Waves. I have it installed on my computer's hard drive, right? And long story short, the game does not really run well on the hard drive. Like it is very slow, and it takes a while for the game to start functioning normally, right? Um, Ideally, what I would want to do is I would want to basically have Wuthering Waves be installed on my SSD, right? That way the game is able to run faster and run smoother, as it should be. Um, I still have not really decided what I want to do with Wuthering Waves because the thing is, right? I don't mind having Wuthering Waves on my SSD. The only problem is that, I install other games on my SSD, right? I have other games, like, for example, right now, I'm currently playing through a game called Lies of P on my Twitch channel. And in the past, I had games like Elden Ring, I had Sekiro, I had, you know, just random side games, Bloons Tower Defense, Castle Crashers, right? All sorts of just random Steam games that I would basically install on my SSD. And what would happen every single time is that essentially when Wuthering Waves would have an update, right? They would have an update, and you would have to install some brand new files, some brand new content for the update, right? I don't really know why Wuthering Waves does this, and Genshin does it as well, right? It's not just a Wuthering Waves thing, but basically what these games do, which is kind of ridiculously dumb, in my opinion, is, basically these games, they say, hey, hey, player, um, we have an update that we want to install. Now, the update, it's a small update. It's maybe, at most, maybe like 10 gigabytes, right? However, um, in order to install this update, we need to make sure that you have a minimum of like 40 or 50 gigabytes of space free on your device, which I think that is just so, you know, inefficient, right? I feel like it's so, so like pointless and useless, right? It just feels like a waste to me. And, I basically had that type of situation, right? Where, so right now, I believe that Wuthering Waves on my PC, roughly speaking, it's about 40 gigabytes or 45 gigabytes of space. And I remember last time when Wuthering Waves had an update, right? They were like, hey, we want to install this update. You need to make sure that you have at least 40 gigabytes of free space on your PC in order to install this update. And I was like, what the, how big is this fucking thing, you know? And so what eventually happened is, in order for me to make sure that I did not run out of space, I took Wuthering Waves and I moved it from my SSD to my hard drive, and I installed the update. And when I installed the update and when, everything was, properly loaded, right? I found out that, like, basically the 40 gigabytes of free space that they needed to do the update, it was not used by the game, right? Like, the Wuthering Waves did not increase its storage space by 40 gigabytes, you know? So I found that to be really, really ridiculous, and I absolutely hate that Wuthering Waves does that, and also games like Genshin do that as well. Um, so, basically, right now I have Wuthering Waves on my hard drive, and ideally I want to have it on my SSD. The main thing is just that I do not want to continuously move Wuthering Waves back and forth between my hard drive and my SSD every single time that there's an update, right? And what I am kind of waiting for at this moment, which I'm not sure when it's going to happen, and I also don't know whether this is going to be something that is positive. I don't know whether this is something that's actually going to, bring about a positive benefit for me. However, I think that I have some optimism that I think it will improve some stuff. For those who don't know out there, Wuthering Waves is actually going to be released via Steam in the future. I don't know whether it's going to be this year in 2025. Maybe it's going to be summer, maybe fall, maybe winter of 2025. Or maybe it's going to be next year. Maybe it's going to be spring of 2026, right? But at some point, Wuthering Waves is going to be officially available to download via Steam. And you can run the game through Steam and you can, have it officially installed through the Steam application, right? Now, for anyone out there who has never tried playing Wuthering Waves on PC and you have no idea what the experience is, let me just say that Wuthering Waves on PC, the user interface for that game, basically when you have the launcher for the game and then you click enter game, right? And you like load it up, you log into the game. That entire process on PC, it's absolutely atrociously dog shit. It is horrible. It is bad. To kind of like describe to you guys one of the worst, you know, the worst aspects of the Wuthering Waves, user interface. So when you are done playing Wuthering Waves, you've finished your dailies and you're like, okay, I have no more gameplay to do today. I'm gonna log off the game, right? When you decide to exit Wuthering Waves, if you click on basically the exit button, the log out button, right? Wuthering Waves will log you out of your account, of your player account, right? And every single time that you load up the app, every single time that you click play on the game and you launch the game, you have to log into your account again. Now, if you out there play Genshin and you're very familiar with Genshin, you know that Genshin does not do this. When you log into your Genshin account, right, you play the game, you finish the game, and then you're like, okay, I want to exit the Genshin application. You exit the game, and you stay logged in. The next time that you load up Genshin, you are still logged into your account. The only time when you log out of your Genshin account is when you manually, specifically choose to log out of your Genshin account in the application, right? So Wuthering Waves does not do this. If you click the logout button on Wuthering Waves, it will basically exit you out of your entire account, and you have to log in every time. You have to type in your email, you have to type in your password to your Wuthering Waves account every single time that you launch the game. So the only way that you can basically quit the Wuthering Waves application without logging out of the game is you have to, on PC, right? You can basically swap. You can use the Alt-Tab shortcut to switch to a different tab, such as, your browser. Maybe it's Google Chrome, or maybe another application like Discord, right? So you swap to another tab, and you make sure that Wuthering Waves is minimized, right? It's not appearing on your screen. And then you have to right-click on the icon for the game. You have to right-click, which, usually it appears down on the taskbar of your PC, and you have to click on Close Window. And you literally, you basically force close the game, without pressing the logout button. And that right there is the best method that players have available in order to exit the game, right? So that is a major problem. If you're sitting out there and you're thinking, well, that doesn't sound too bad, it is bad, because that type of user interface is something that probably existed for video games that released in the year 2000 or 1990, but it's currently 2025, and there are like thousands, maybe even millions of games out there that have a better user interface than Wuthering Waves. So it's quite ridiculous that this is the way that the game runs, you know? Um, so what I'm kind of thinking with Wuthering Waves is like maybe what I do, even though it is kind of painful, even though it is very unfortunate, maybe I should keep Wuthering Waves on my hard drive on my computer, and then when Wuthering Waves is available on Steam and I can download it through Steam, I can play it through Steam, then I can basically like kind of uninstall it from my hard drive and then install it through Steam, and maybe I can put it on my SSD, right? So that's something that I'm thinking about because I don't want to keep, you know, juggling the game between my SSD and my hard drive, right? Um, so yeah, there's that. There's that. Um, but it's something that I'm kind of thinking about. It's something that I'm not sure whether I want to do it or not. The really annoying thing is that recently, because of the fact that, you know, Wuthering Waves, it took up a lot of space on my SSD, and I moved it to my hard drive. I had this moment where, you know, I thought to myself, if in the future I ever move Wuthering Waves back to my SSD, I need to make sure that there's plenty of space on there, right? So I ended up basically uninstalling, I think at least one, maybe multiple video games that I had installed through Steam. One of the games that I uninstalled was a game that I love to play, kind of like, I love to play this game in my free time, just offline on my own. The game is called Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, right? My number one favorite video game of all time. I uninstalled that one from my SSD, and it's currently, you know, just still in my Steam library, but it's not properly on my PC. And then, you know, even before this entire situation with Wuthering Waves and whatnot, with the storage issues, right? Um, I remember whenever I started playing Lies of P on Twitch, right? Because I'm streaming my very first playthrough of Lies of P on Twitch. Um, when that happened, right? I had this moment where I was like, you know, I have a little bit of space on my SSD and I have a lot of space on my hard drive. But I wanted to kind of like optimize some things. I wanted to make sure that, you know, I'm not running out of space in the future, in the near future, right, on my SSD. And so I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna download and install Lies of P on my SSD, right, I should probably make some space. And so I ended up having to uninstall Elden Ring from my computer, and basically like, you know, from that moment when I uninstalled the game, I started taking like a break from playing Elden Ring, because Elden Ring, like Elden Ring and Sekiro, both of those games, those were games where I would love to kind of just like, you know, in my spare free time, whenever I was, you know, not busy, not distracted by other things, I would love to just open up those games and just play them for fun, you know, kind of relax, chill, vibe, and have a fun time with both of those games. But because of Lies of P, and then, you know, later on because of Wuthering Waves, I basically had to make some space. I had to uninstall both Sekiro and Elden Ring, which is really, really unfortunate, really annoying. But yeah, I'm still trying to figure out some storage issues, or storage optimizations, right, with my SSD. But yeah, chat, in any case, let's see here. Give you guys a little bit of a like a quick recap of how my week has been so far. For those who don't know, this week it is my very first week starting some brand new college classes. So right now for me, they are doing what is called spring quarter. So my school that I go to, instead of doing it by like semester, right? They do it by quarter. So it's like they have spring quarter, fall quarter, summer quarter, winter quarter, right? So right now it is currently spring quarter, and I'm taking four classes. I'm taking accounting, economics, marketing, and I'm taking Japanese. Um, the first three classes, right? Everything except for Japanese, basically I want to jump off of the highest cliff in Minecraft. I hate those classes. I think that they're all boring. I think they're all just a waste of time and money. I could not care any less about those classes, but I have to do it for my degree. And then Japanese, I'm taking it just because one, I love the language, and two, I want to be able to learn how to read, write, speak the language properly, right? For the future. Um, yeah. So this is my very first week taking my brand new spring quarter classes of college. And I mean, so far it's pretty easy. It's only the first week, so they're kind of doing like the whole introduction part of all the classes, right? And then I'm pretty sure starting next week I'm gonna be getting like homework assignments and all that fun stuff, right? So yeah, this week has been not too terrible, but recently I feel like my daily schedule has been really weird because there have been some days, right, where essentially I ended up getting sleepy. I ended up getting tired at like midnight or 1 a.m. And then I would sleep and I would wake up early in the morning. I'd wake up at like, 9 a.m., 10 a.m. or whatever, and I'd be awake. And I hate that because I'm not a morning person, right? So I've had some days where it's like that, and I was kind of active from the morning time all the way through like kind of like the normal hours of the day, right? And then some other days I've been just like kind of low energy and tired, and I've not really been very productive, very active, and it's kind of just like my usual normal self where I stay awake until maybe 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the morning, and then I go to sleep and I wake up kind of late during the daytime or like the afternoon time. um yeah, very very strange. I know, like, so for example, last night, right? Um, last night it was kind of unfortunate, kind of annoying, kind of frustrating. So I basically yesterday I came back home after my class, right? So okay, I had my Japanese class, which happened in the middle of the day. And then after Japanese class, I had basically one of my classes. It's my marketing class specifically. Um, Unfortunately, my marketing class, I am required to attend class every single Tuesday, right? So Tuesday of each week, we have like a dedicated time where we have to attend the class, and the class is an online class. So we are we are attending the class through Zoom, right? Um, we are basically attending the class virtually or remotely. And essentially, every Tuesday from 3 p.m. until 5 p.m., I have marketing class, which I absolutely despise and I don't want to do it, but I have to. So yesterday, I had my Japanese class, then I came back home and I had my marketing class. And, recently, what I've been kind of doing is after I come back home from my Japanese class, I usually take a bowl and I get myself like a bowl of cereal, right? So I have some cereal with some milk and I kind of eat that as sort of like a lunch, right? Um, and so I enjoy that. And then a little bit later, right? Maybe a couple hours later, I might be hungry, so I eat some other stuff, right? So yesterday, what ended up happening is I ate some cereal after I came back home. And then later on, I was like, I'm kind of a little bit hungry. And so I go and check in the kitchen area to see if there's any food, if there's anything quick and easy that I can eat. And the only thing that I saw was that basically we had some baby carrots and we had some spinach dip that my mother had, created, right? She whipped together some spinach dip. And so I was like, well, there's not really anything else in my kitchen that is, tasty, that's delicious, that's, easy to make compared to baby carrots and spinach dip. So I went to my room and I ate quite a bit of carrots and spinach dip, right? Um, and I think that right there was probably a big mistake, without a doubt. And then I think I made it worse, right? Because basically, I would say about maybe an hour or 2 hours after I, ate the baby carrots and spinach dip, my father, he was like, hey, I'm going to make some food for, our family to eat. Um, do you want noodles or do you want rice? And, he basically served me a bowl of soup with some noodles in it, right? So it's like soup with meat and some vegetables and, soup and noodles, right? So I went out and I ate the food. Um, when I ate the bowl of food that my father had made, I had this realization where I was like, oh man, my stomach does not feel good, right? And I was like, I do not want to drink the soup because I feel like if I drink the soup, I am probably going to be stuck in the restroom for the next, like, you know, 3 hours. I mean, obviously, it's an exaggeration. I don't think I would stay for 3 hours in the bathroom, but I knew that my stomach would not be happy if I drank like the entire bowl of soup. Because basically, if you think about it, right? Imagine that you are mixing, a bowl of cereal, which had milk in it, right? So cereal and milk, plus carrots and spinach dip, plus now a bowl of like noodles with meat and vegetables and soup, right? That's quite a lot of like liquid that does not really mix with one another, right? Like that's not really a good combination to throw into your digestive system, you know? So I ate the food, right? And I came back to my room, and not long after I ate that sort of dinner meal, I was feeling tired. I was like, I feel a little bit sleepy. I feel like I could take a nap. So I made the mistake of basically laying down in my bed. And I think what happened is that because I was laying down, right, my body was not able to digest the food properly. If you guys don't know about this, basically the way that the human body works is that when you are digesting food, you should be either sitting upright or standing, right? If you are like laying down on your side, your body is not able to properly digest anything, right? It's just how the body functions. So I made the mistake of laying down in my bed. And basically what happened was when I kind of woke up from kind of not really being able to sleep properly in my bed, um, I had this realization that like it felt as if one, the food in my stomach was not digesting, and two, it felt like there was a lot of just like air that was trapped in my stomach. It felt like there was a lot of empty nothingness in my stomach that was trapped there and that was taking up space. And so I could not really fall asleep. I could not really rest properly. And so I think I woke up at around maybe midnight or something. And, I kind of stayed awake for a little while, you know? What's going on, Stellar82? Welcome on in. Um, so I stayed awake for quite a while. I woke up at midnight, stayed up until maybe about 4 a.m. in the morning or later than that. And finally, I managed to get some sleep. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious, pretty common sense to say that this past night, right, I did not really get a good amount of peaceful, restful sleep. So today I am feeling a little bit, tired. I'm feeling a little bit worn out, but it's kind of normal for me. I've experienced this before. Hope you're doing better now. Oh yeah, no, I'm cool. I'm fine. I mean, this is not something that is brand new to me. I've experienced this type of stuff before. But yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how my what day is today? Yeah, that's how my like Tuesday night went, and then leading up to today. Um, but yeah, I was actually thinking like yesterday. I was thinking of maybe going live and streaming, but then I kind of had that dinner meal and I was like, I don't think that my body can handle streaming right now. So yeah, yeah, yeah. But anywho, chat. That's what I've been up to recently. Other than that, not really too much else. I've been trying to kind of just like, you know, spend some free time doing other hobbies outside of, Genshin and other video games and whatever. Like I've been trying to watch some anime recently. One thing that I basically have been trying to watch is I started watching a really, really old anime called Spice and Wolf that I've never seen before. I've heard a lot of like positive things about it, and so I'm very interested to see what makes it so enjoyable. I will say though that like, since it is an older anime and since it is my very first time watching it, right? I feel like the beginning of it is a little bit slow. It's taking a little bit of time to get into, but so far it seems pretty good. Should probably get it checked out. Nah, nah. I mean, the way that my body behaves and the way that I've kind of lived my life recently, it's something that like you know I don't think normal is the right word, but I've been, kind of living like this for quite a while now. And it's not something that is some kind of like a you know, it's not some kind of serious medical condition or anything like that, right? But anywho, um yeah, yeah, yeah. So I've been trying to like watch a little bit of anime. I've been trying to kind of like, do some other random hobbies, random activities outside of video games. But yeah, it's kind of tough because, chat, I'm gonna be honest, right? So right now, basically there are kind of three video games, or I guess I could say four. There's like four video games that I'm currently playing, right? There's Genshin Impact, there is Wuthering Waves, there is Nikke, right? Goddess of Victory Nikke, and there is Lies of P, right? Now, two of those games, or actually no, three of those games, right? Genshin, Wuthering, and Nikke, right? Those three games, I play them daily, right? So I basically at a certain time of the day, I log into each of those games and I do whatever content is available, right, for those three games on a daily basis. And, you know, I will say that I really love and enjoy Nikke, right? I have nothing negative to say about that game. But just like all gacha games that exist out there, Nikke is not a game that constantly has content. Like there's definitely moments where Nikke kind of is a little bit lackluster in terms of content, in terms of events and whatever, right? It's only natural. Um and so, with Nikke and then with Genshin and Wuthering, with these games, like I enjoy them. I think that they're not terrible, but recently I've had this feeling where I've not really been motivated to play these games. And the reason why is because, so, you know, one of one of my kind of like motivations for playing these games, especially Genshin and Wuthering Waves, right? One of my motivations, one of the things that I enjoy about these games is the ability to collect, right? The ability to collect brand new characters and their weapons, right? because it allows me to try out new teams, new strategies, right? New play styles, right? Um, and so I feel like, honestly, when there are version updates for Genshin and Wuthering Waves, and there's a like no character that I want to pull for, that I want to spend currency on, right? Then it's kind of boring, in my opinion, and I'm just not really having a fun time during those particular version updates, right? And so let's talk about these games right now with their current version updates, right? Right now, Genshin is version 5.5, and then Wuthering Waves is version 2.2, I believe, right? Um, in Genshin, we have Varessa and we have Cloud Retainer right now, and then I think the next banners, I think both of them are rerun banners, if I'm not mistaken, right? Um, I don't remember who is going to be coming out. I'm kind of blanking. It's Silonen and someone else. Who is it? It's not Farina. Is it? It has to be someone recent. Who else could it be? I don't remember. Did they actually put it in the announcements or anything? Let me see here. Let's go to notices. I don't think that they did. I think they only have Varessa and Cloud Retainer. But there was a Silonen and shoot, who else was there? I'm pretty sure it's another rerun banner. I just don't remember who it was. Um no, it's not Nuvier. I think Nuvier had a recent rerun, and then so did Farina. Um okay, this is a really dumb thing to do, but I'm taking a look at the archive here. Who would they rerun? Silonen and then Riosly? Wait, was it Rio? No way it was Rio. It might be Rio. Yeah, I think they might be rerunning Riosly. Because I'm looking at these, like, 5 stars here. And I don't remember them announcing any rerun for these 5 stars. Wait, it was Venti? Oh my god, that's even worse. No way they're rerunning Venti. Oh my god. Venti in 2025. Holy. That's, yeah. So, anyways. Please read chat. I'm trying. By the way, Stellar, in case you don't know, I think that YouTube chat, so I believe that with this stream, there's a delay. I think it's like maybe about 15 seconds of a delay. So basically, when you hear me speak something, right, if I say, like, type something, right, type a boba, right, you after about like maybe 15 seconds or 20 seconds you will hear that, and then you'll be like, oh, he said type a boba, I'm gonna type it. So there's a little bit of a delay between stream and chat, but I try to keep my eye on chat as much as I possibly can. Yeah, so we have the current banners, right? We have Varessa and we have Shan Yun, Cloud Retainer, right? Um, then we have Silonen and Venti, apparently. Um, I think Varessa is very cute. I like Varessa's character in terms of her visual design, in terms of her personality, but I feel like her combat, it's just not something that appeals to me. It's not something that I'm like, man, that's so cool. I like that. I find it to be fun, and I want to play that, constantly in combat events, right? And I don't know. Maybe this is just a me opinion. Maybe, other people out there would disagree. I think, let me see here.
Oh,
One, two, three. Nah, she's kind of like a sub. Yeah. Basically like these three characters right here, these three like mommies, right? We have Clorind, Yai Miko, Raiden Shogun. For me, personally, these three characters are basically like electro DPS characters, right? And I feel like if I want to form a team that has electro DPS, I can just use them. I don't need to pull for another one, right? I don't need Varessa. So, right now in Genshin, version 5.5, Varessa's the only brand new character, and I don't really have an interest in pulling for her, right? And of course, it goes without saying, the rerun characters that we have, right? There's Silonen, Venti, Cloud Retainer, right? All three of those characters I do not want to pull for. I already own Cloud Retainer, and then the other two characters, I don't care about them. I don't like them, right? So, um, yeah. Essentially, right now in Genshin, I have nobody that I want, nor that I need to pull for. And therefore, the game feels very, very, very boring, right? Um, to be completely honest with you guys, there's kind of only been one thing that I've been doing in Genshin, and I still, to this very day, I have not been able to accomplish it, right? Basically, if you guys don't know, um, I have two characters here that I am trying to build, that I'm trying to, make sure that they are able to deal good damage and that they're able to run on a team effectively, right? We have Mavuika right here, and then we have Sitlali. Okay. Now, my Mavuika, she is actually not that bad. I think that my Mavuika, her build is average. It's sufficient. It's okay. It's something that I can work with and that I can accept, right? And is there room for improvement? Of course, without a doubt. Absolutely, there's room for improvement. But do I have to improve her? Not really. It's not like a requirement. So, my Mavuika, I've been trying to improve her a little bit. However, my main like project that I've been working on is my Sitlali. If you guys notice on the right side here, my Sitlali is currently using 4-piece Gilded Dreams, right? She is currently using a really, really, really old set right now. And the reason why is because I have not been able to get the brand new set right here, Scroll of the Hero of Cinder City, right? Um, if we take a look here, so I have flowers for her. I have feathers for her. I do not have a Sans. I don't have a goblet, but that's not a problem because I can run an off-field. And then I have, okay, I have some circlets, but if you take a look here, right? This circlet, it's not half bad. The only problem is that it has 0 elemental mastery, right? This one right here, attack percent circlet, um, it has good substats, but it's an attack percent circlet, which Sitlali does not give a shit about. Like, she does not want attack percent circlet, right? And then this one right here is, I mean, like, barely any crit rate, ton of attack percent, which Sitlali does not really need, and no other, like, valuable stats, right? No energy recharge, and no elemental mastery. Elemental mastery is by far the most important stat for Sitlali, right? I do not have an elemental mastery main stat circlet at all. However, right, even like disregarding the fact that I don't have a circlet, I think the biggest problem with Sitlali that I'm having is that I do not have a sans for her, right? I can actually show you guys here. So if I go to the sans, I'm going to show you guys my 3 best sans that I have for her at the moment, okay? So number 1 is this one, energy recharge main stat. 3 good substats, right? And basically what happened is it rolled into crit rate a lot, which is not bad. I'm actually happy about that. However, it has 1 missed roll, which went into flat defense. And if you guys know anything about me at all, about, the way that I play Genshin, I hate missed rolls. Missed rolls here, like, when I see a roll that goes into a dead stat, it pisses me off. It really annoys me. Like, seeing this plus 39 defense right here, I want to throw this artifact away immediately. That is the feeling that I get. There's a reason why this, artifact is not locked right now. Okay? So, this energy recharge sans, I have it for Sitlali. This one right here is Elemental Mastery main stat. So this is, premium main stat, really, really good shit. Like, this is what I want. I want Elemental Mastery main stat, right? However, if you take a look here, it has 1 missed roll, which went into flat attack. I think that if that flat attack roll had gone into attack percentage, just, as like, even if it didn't go into crit rate, even if it only went into attack percentage, I think I would have locked this artifact and I would have kept it and I would have used it, right? But the plus 29 flat attack really annoys me and it pisses me off. Plus, if you take a look here, I mean, like, as I mentioned, Sitlali does not really care that much about attack percentage, and, you can see here that the only highlighted good stat on this piece is crit rate. So it's like, this artifact overall is extremely mediocre at best. Honestly, I would not argue with someone who calls this, artifact right here, dog shit. If someone said that, I'd be like, yeah, you're not wrong. Then, my final piece that I have, which I could use on my Sitlali, but I'm not going to. This one was extremely painful. If you guys are not really able to see it, I can click on it here and I can show you. So this piece right here, if you guys take a look up here, you see where my mouse is. It says Sanctifying Elixir Definition. So this piece was created using Sanctifying Elixir, right? The artifact transmuter. And this was after the update where they said that, you are guaranteed to get at least 2 rolls into the 2 stats that you designate, right? Such as crit rate, crit damage. This is what happened. This is what happened here. Literally 1 roll into everything. 1 roll into everything. It Thanos is what it did. And, like, okay, I don't really, like, HP percentage, it's not worse than flat attack or flat defense or whatever, right? Like, obviously those flat stats are so much worse than HP percentage. But the thing is, just look at these percentage numbers, right? 5%, 12%, 11%, 11%. Like, this artifact looks like it is plus 12. It does not look like it's plus 20. And it severely pisses me off. This is one of the things that I really, dislike about Genshin, right? As Stellar mentioned in the chat earlier, they said that the artifact RNG, it kind of ruins the game, right? I think it is ridiculous that you have, on an artifact, right? You have 3 incredibly good stats. You have crit rate, crit damage, and energy recharge. 3 out of 4 are really good. And on top of that, the Sanctifying Elixir, right? That means that 2 of your rolls are guaranteed to go into crit rate and or crit damage, right? It can be 1 crit rate, 1 crit damage, 2 crit rate, 2 crit damage, right? It could be that, right? Any of those combinations. So you have 2 guaranteed good rolls plus 3 good substats out of 4. And this is the shit that turns out at plus 20, right? Like, this feels criminal. This feels like a fucking scam right here. And I absolutely hate it. So I am going to be throwing away this artifact right here. I'm going to be using it for XP material. And I think what I'm probably going to be doing is basically during the next time that the transmuter resets, right? So if you go here, click on transmuter, it says here 26 days and 20 hours, right? After basically 27 days from now, when I can craft another artifact, I'm going to craft another sands for my Sitlolly, and I'm probably going to throw the sands that I currently have into the brand new sands, because it's just that piece that I currently have is really just absolutely ugly as hell. I hate it. So yeah. But anyways, yeah, no. So going back to what I was talking about, right? About the entire thing where it's like, you know, recently I haven't really been motivated to play Genshin or Wuthering Waves or whatever. Um, recently the only thing that I've been really doing in Genshin is I've been logging in and I've been doing my daily commissions, of course, right? And then I've been essentially just spending my resin farming artifacts and hoping, just waiting for the day whenever I get a good sands for my Sitlolly. Or, I will take a good circlet. Like, a good circlet would be nice for my Sitlolly as well. But yeah, like I've just been waiting to slowly over time build my Sitlolly, right? And maybe improve my Mavwika while I'm at it, right? But it's like, it's taking forever. It's taking months. It's taking what feels like decades to fucking build a character, and it's ridiculous. So yeah, my sort of my, I guess, interest and my motivation in these games right now, yeah, it's just not very high at the moment, right? Um, and same thing with Wuthering Waves, right? I'll talk about Wuthering Waves, even though some of you out there may not play Wuthering Waves, and you may not be familiar with the game. Um, Basically, long story short, Wuthering Waves right now, version 2.2, there's a character that is currently released in the game, and that character, her name is Cantarella, right? Cantarella, I believe, she can be sort of like a little bit of a DPS character, but I don't think that DPS is like her main role. And I am just not really a big fan of her character abilities and whatnot. I remember that I was talking with some other Wuthering Waves players, right? And I was like, hey, tell me about this Cantarella character. Like, is she good? Is she powerful? Like, what's she like, you know? And basically, one of the people that I spoke to about Wuthering Waves, he said, Cantarella is essentially a different version of a previous character. There's a previous character in Wuthering Waves by the name of Zhezhi, right? Zhezhi. Zhezhi. And so yeah, they were saying that Cantarella is similar to Zhezhi, except for she is havoc damage instead of I think Zhezhi is glacio damage, right? And when I heard that, I was like, oh yeah. I do not like Zhezhi. In terms of her combat capabilities, I feel like Zhezhi is kind of fucking useless and not really that interesting, not really that powerful. So I never pulled for Zhezhi. And when I heard about Cantarella being similar to Zhezhi, I was like, oof, that is not good. So, right now with Wuthering Waves, there's basically, I think, two characters that I'm interested in, that I'm waiting for, right? The first character, her name is Cartethia, right? Or Fleur de Lis, right? Basically, Cartethia, Fleur de Lis, they're kind of the same character, just go by different names, right? They're different versions of each other, right? And then so we have Cartethia, and then we have the other character by the name of Zani, right? Um, I'm gonna be honest. So, okay, it's really tough because usually when it comes to gacha games, right, I tend to like characters that have a mixture, right? They have a really good balance between visual character design, where they look really, beautiful or really hot, really like sexy, really appealing. Um, and also simultaneously, they are good at combat, right? Um, the interesting thing is that, like, for me, with Cartethia, I think that there's a chance that she might fit this criteria, and she might be both really, really, really appealing, really attractive, and also really good at combat. However, the thing about Zani is a little bit of a mixed bag, because and I think I've talked about this a little bit before, but basically, like, okay, Zani as a character, I think that she looks okay visually, but how do I say this, like, how do I say it respectfully and diplomatically? Basically, I feel like Zani, visually speaking, does not really have any appeal at all. Because if you take a look at her character design, right? Basically, from her neck down, she is completely, totally closed, right? She's wearing like this fancy like dress shirt, and then these like dress pants, right? She looks very professional, and she's dressed kind of like, an office lady, right? Which, I know that office lady, it's like it's a particular genre that some people find attractive and appealing, right? I get that, But the thing is that, like, okay, when I play gacha games, right? When I play these games where you can collect different characters that you like, I typically like it when a character has some sort of a tease, you know what I mean? Where they show off a little bit of skin, and they're like, hey, there might be some good artwork, there might be some good fan art out there on Twitter or on other social media websites if you look hard enough, right? There might be some interesting fan art showing a little bit more skin, showing a little bit more, appeal, right? um I mean, let me give you a perfect example, right, chat? Let me see here. There we go. Look at this character, right? Literally, this character is the definition of mommy, okay? She's fucking hot as hell, pun intended, right? And I mean, bro, this outfit is peak. It is absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at that zipper, right? Look at the skin tight, design to it. It looks so good. I think that Mavuika is probably, in terms of like visual design, right? I think she looks the best in the game out of all the characters that I've seen in Genshin. I love Mavuika's design a lot, right? So, as you can see, there is an appeal to her. There's this like seductive attractiveness to her, right? Whereas with a character like Zani, I just feel like basically there is no ability to imagine anything. There's no ability to, you know, kind of like fantasize about the character and you know, kind of look at the appealing characteristics of them, right? Because Zani is just like honestly the way that I would describe Zani is that she is very 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 extremely censored. She is very like plain and simple and boring in terms of her visual design. I wish that they had given her something, but they haven't. So Zani is a character where in Wuthering Waves, I'm going to have to wait and see what the hell she does. Like I'm gonna have to wait and see, is she good in combat? Is she powerful? Because if she's not, then I'll skip her. But if she's powerful, I might consider pulling. Other than Zani, I think that Cartethia is like the only other character that I'm looking forward to, that I'm interested in, right? And back to Genshin, right? If we talk about what I'm looking forward to, what I'm hoping for, I would say at this moment, I think the next character that I am actually interested in, that I'm looking forward to, that I very likely am going to be pulling for, right? Like 99% sure, is I think I'm going to be pulling for Skirk. I think Skirk is my next character. Everyone other than Skirk that has been speculated, rumored to come out, right? Or has been officially announced by MiHoYo, they don't really seem that attractive or appealing to me, right? Um, I mean, there's the chef character from Fontaine who's going to be released in the future. She looks okay. She doesn't look terrible, but there's not really a seductive appeal to her that I see. And so that means that she needs to be really good at combat for me to be interested in her at all, you know? Um, but yeah. Let me see here. So, Stellar, I'm gonna be answering one of your earlier questions. I kind of went on like this long monologue, so I got, distracted and I wasn't able to stop and answer the question, but I'll answer it now. Just to like, you know, answer the question and also give you like some context for the future, right? Um, Basically, okay, to answer the question first and foremost, no, I am not currently streaming on Twitch, right? There are a couple of reasons why that is the case. However, let's start with reason number one, okay? So, reason number one, basically the way that I have my kind of streaming setup, right? Multi-streaming for me is not really possible, and it's something that I have not been able to figure out, until this day and age, right? I don't know if it's actually possible for me to do, because basically the very first time that I tried streaming on both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously, what happened was that on Twitch everything was fine. I had a good connection. Like my bitrate looked great on Twitch. There was no problems. But then on YouTube, when I was like using the streaming software to try and, project my project my content onto YouTube, it showed that my bitrate and that my quality of the stream was really, really dog shit, right? So I was not able to get consistent quality on both YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. And I don't know what the solution is. I don't know if I'm even capable of doing that, because it might be a thing where maybe it could be like an internet issue where in order for me to fix the problem, I would have to pay for like a super freaking overly priced, overly expensive internet that I do not want and that I don't really necessarily need, right? So it could be a thing where basically the answer to this to the entire situation is to throw money at it and to spend more, which I don't want to do, right? That is like by far the least of my priorities, and not at all something I care about. So yeah, basically I cannot multi-stream both on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. At the very least, not now, not yet, right? Um, the other thing that I wanted to bring up and I wanted to mention, right? Um, since you don't watch me on Twitch, right? You probably did not hear about this, and I talked about it in my previous YouTube live stream that I did like a couple days ago. I don't know how long it was. Maybe it was like a week ago or something that I did a YouTube live stream, but I'll mention it again, right? Right now on Twitch, I'm playing a brand new game, which is called Lies of P, and I am really enjoying that game. I'm doing my very first blind playthrough of it. I do not want to interrupt my live streams of Lies of P by randomly playing Genshin or Wuthering Waves or whatever in the middle of, my first ever journey through Lies of P. I don't want to have like 4 or 5 Lies of P streams and then randomly have a Genshin stream, kind of interrupting it, right? So what I've been doing is basically on Twitch, every single day that I stream and that I go live, I've been playing Lies of P. I've been enjoying that game, and I've not been ever, streaming Genshin or Wuthering Waves or anything else, right? Because I want the journey to be smooth and flowing, and I want it to all be together, right? And, this also goes into more of like a sort of deeper topic, which is that, you know, after I've been streaming on Twitch for a little while now, and for the most part, when I've been streaming on Twitch, I've been playing Genshin, Wuthering Waves, and just gacha games, right? I have come to the conclusion that, like, gacha games on Twitch, especially if you are someone who's a small streamer, if you're a nobody, right? Obviously, there are people out there that exist, such as Ziox, such as, Fobmaster, such as, who else is there? I mean, like, there's a ton of massive content creators, right? Tuwanto, Anthony Chen, all these various different gacha players, right, on Twitch who are massive. If you are not one of them, right, streaming gacha on Twitch, it does not really lead to success, right? You don't really get a lot of engagement on Twitch. You don't really get a lot of viewers. You don't really, grow and improve on Twitch. So, I realized that I did not want to, you know, continuously keep streaming those games and playing those games if it wasn't leading anywhere, and also if, I was not continuously, constantly enjoying the experience, right? Because there are many times where, I would go live on Twitch and I would stream Genshin or Wuthering Waves or whatever, but I was never really, you know, motivated or excited to play those games on those days, right? So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna move away from gacha games on Twitch, and I'm gonna start focusing more on games that are like, Dark Souls, Souls-like, and variety games in general. That's kind of like the new direction that my Twitch channel is going towards. So what I decided to do is that basically from now on, anytime that there's like, gacha content, such as Genshin or Wuthering Waves or whatever, I'll just throw it up on YouTube. I'll do a YouTube live stream, I'll do a YouTube video, whatever. And just have my YouTube channel be for that stuff, and then my Twitch channel can be for sometimes, I mean, arguably, in my opinion, better games, right? But yeah. So I hope that answers the question. But as for Twitch, right, if anyone doesn't know, I stream on Twitch every week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. 3 days, usually 3 days every week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah. Genshin's artifact RNG kind of ruined the game for you? Yeah. Yeah, I feel that. I am definitely experiencing that same sort of, situation, that same sort of feeling. Yeah, the RNG is brutal. HP percent is not that bad. Oh, never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Scam impact. Mm-hmm. Takes like 5 months to craft a special artifact just for it to end up as an artifact fodder after rolling it. That right there is it's one of the most disgusting mechanics in Genshin. I do not like that. Not a single bit. Genshin feels really dry when you're looking forward to any characters. Yeah. Yeah. Jellyfish Lady, Cantarella. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Pretty good in Jinshi teams. I mean that's definitely fair, right? That's definitely something to consider. But I will say with my Jinshi team, right, I have Yinlin, so I'm fine with my Yinlin. I don't need to replace her. So yeah, you should try Zenless Zone Zero. Oh God, no, 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 no. So I'm gonna share an opinion with you, Stellar. Right? I'm gonna hit you with my perspective on Zenless Zone Zero. Right? So I have, I follow streamers who play Zenless. I follow streamers who play gacha games. Right? Especially one streamer, Fobmaster. I watch him quite a bit. Right? I think he's probably one of the gacha streamers I watch the most. Right? And I've seen him play Zenless Zone Zero quite a bit. Here's basically the way that I see it, right? So, Fobmaster, if you don't know, he is not afraid to swipe and spend money on gacha games, right? So, he has probably a good solid amount of Zenless Zone Zero characters that are maxed out. They are like the maximum like constellation level or whatever system that they use in Zenless, right? For the duplicate copies of a character, right? He has the C6 equivalent of probably several Zenless characters. And I've seen him play combat in that game. The combat in ZZZ, I don't know, man. It looks so fucking boring. It looks so goddamn lame. I've seen a lot of the gameplay and I'm just like, why do people like this? None of it looks interesting to me. None of it looks fun to me at all. Um Basically all I see is, okay, let's say that there's a person and they're using like a C6, right? Zenless character. I just see that they hit the boss, and then there's like a bunch of numbers that pop up on the screen, and I think like most of the time those numbers, they're like this purple color, kind of like reddish, bluish purple color, right? So there's like a ton of these random numbers that appear on the screen, damage numbers, right? And then there might be some kind of special effect that you apply to the enemy, and it's like disruption or freeze or something, right? And it's just like this word that appears where it's like, yeah, now the enemy is affected by this status effect or whatever, right? And I don't know, man. It looks so insanely lame. I don't get it. And then you know, in the case of Fobmaster, for example, right? I'll talk about him specifically. So I've seen that Zenless Zone Zero has this like type of content, which is kind of, I guess, like if you were to try and compare it, it's kind of like, imagine Spiral Abyss floor 12, except you don't have to go through floor 9, 10, and 11, right? Basically what I mean to say is that like in Zenless Zone Zero, you have like this big boss, and then they take that boss and they're like, here, this boss has 30 million HP. Go and fight this boss and see if you can, whittle down its health to zero within 5 minutes or 10 minutes or whatever, right? It's that classic gotcha formula. I mean, MiHoYo does it, right? They do it in Genshin. They do it in Zenless Zone Zero. Very likely they probably do it in Honkai Star Rail as well. I have no fucking clue. But I've seen like Fobmaster, right? He does those types of events where they have like this boss enemy that has like 10 billion HP, and you have to try and get it down to 0 within a certain time limit, and then you get like a score based on that. You can get like S rank or SS rank or whatever, right? I have seen Fob play those like game modes, and there have been many times where I've seen him constantly reset the level, reset the stage, and try again. And I've seen him mauled at those particular combat events, right? Him, right? Fobmaster, the guy with basically multiple C6 Zenless characters, right? Is mauling at those events. And I watch his streams and I'm like, how is this any fun? How is this enjoyable at all? Like, I look at this shit and I'm like, I think I would rather go and play like Animal Crossing or some other like baby game instead. Like, this looks so fucking lame. I don't understand. I don't get it. Yeah. It's just, I will never understand the appeal of Zenless Zone Zero. It just looks like a game that it offers nothing, right? And you know, if you were to ask me, if you were like, okay, well, you say that Zenless offers nothing, well, what does Genshin offer? What does a game like Wuthering Waves offer, right? To answer that question, Genshin Impact, right? One of the reasons why I fell in love with the game is actually the combat system. I think, in my opinion, the elemental reaction system that Genshin has is quite fun, quite enjoyable. I really love using teams that do vaporize damage, or melt damage, or hyper bloom damage, right? All these different combinations of, you know, different elemental reactions that you can utilize against enemies. I really like it. I think it's cool. I think it's fun. And I think that each elemental reaction is very unique, very different from one another. It doesn't all look the same. It doesn't all blend together the same, right? And then you look at Wuthering Waves, right? What does Wuthering Waves offer that, you know, Zenless Zone Zero doesn't have, that Genshin maybe doesn't have? Wuthering Waves, I think the selling point of that game is with the combat, you have something that feels more skill-based than Genshin or Zenless or Honkai Star Rail, right? Because you are basically focusing on rotations, you're focusing on deflecting and parrying attacks, right? You're focusing on perfect dodging attacks, right? It's where the combat can feel a little bit more grounded and realistic compared to something like Zenless or something like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail, where you have, you know, you have like combat that is a little bit more fantasy based, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think I will ever be, you know, a supporter or an enjoyer of Zenless Zone Zero, but that's just me. Gacha content doesn't have a really big audience on Twitch, especially if you're just starting. Yep, exactly. You know, I kind of thought about it, and I realized something, right? So, I think that, okay, this does not apply for every single big content creator in the gacha, you know, space, but I think that if you want to be big in the gacha space, right? Basically, there is one thing that you can do which will very likely boost your popularity and boost your fame and you know, have you be seen by people um, all across the world, right? And that number one thing is spending money. If you are willing to play gacha games and spend hundreds of dollars, maybe even thousands of dollars on gacha games, you can get viewers. You can get people who will come to watch you spend your money, right? That's really it. That's all it really takes. I mean, of course, you have weird, random, you know, quirky content creators like Ziox, where basically his entire selling point is just ADHD and appealing to little Zoomer kids, right? But yeah, I mean, if you are willing to drop big, massive money on gacha games, you can get an audience. You can get big in these communities. But otherwise, if you don't do that and you just play the games regularly, it's kind of hard to be a like small content creator in these gacha communities, without a doubt. Yeah. Whale Master, pretty accurate. The amount of money that Fob has spent on gacha games is fucking absolutely mind-blowing. Highly doubt people play ZZZ for the combat. Well, so here's the thing, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, Stellar. You know, you can feel free to be like, nah, no, you're missing the point or you don't get it or whatever. Feel free to tell me if I'm wrong. But like, outside of the combat of Zenless, right? If you're like, oh well, people they play the game to get the like, you know, characters, and let's just say that these, you know, Zenless characters, they are super appealing, they're super attractive, super pretty, super hot, whatever, right? Okay, so you get a character in Zenless, right? Let's say you get I don't know, let's say you get Jane Doe or you get Miyabi, right? You get someone, okay? Outside of the combat, what the fuck else are you doing with that character? I mean, you're like experiencing the story quest, sure, but are you just going to like sit in the game and then just, you know, let me give you an example, right? Let's do this in Genshin. Are you telling me that people in Zenless Zone Zero, right? They log into the game and then they do this, right? And then they just sit here and they stare at their character for 8 hours in a day, right? And they're like, yes, this is peak content right here. This is exactly what I play this game for, is to sit here and stare at this character for 8 hours in a day, right? Like that is the selling point of Zenless Zone Zero, is to look at this character and stare at them forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and never look away, right? Because if that's what Zenless players are doing, Jesus Christ, they need to go and touch grass. Holy hell. Like, nah, that is not a selling point of a game. That should never be a selling point of a game. Yeah. Honkai Star Rail Endgame aware. Dude, I don't even know what is going on with Honkai Star Rail. Like I don't play the game. I never have played the game and I never will play the game because turn-based games are fucking I'm telling you, if you were to make a list of like the worst categories, the worst types of games to ever exist in the world, I think turn-based games would probably be on the very bottom of the list. They're so fucking garbage. They're so bad, dude. I don't understand anyone who likes turn-based games. They just there's no enjoyment in them. There's nothing about them that I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm so excited. I'm so motivated to play a turn-based game." It like I sit down and play a turn-based game and I probably fall asleep within 5 minutes, dude. It's so boring. But anyways, yeah, like I don't know what's going on with Honkai Star Rail. All I know is that Casterus came out and people were talking about something Casterus does or doesn't do. Something about like a global passive or whatever. I don't know. It's very weird. Like I hear all this jabber. I hear all this talk about Honkai Star Rail, you know? And at first, it seems like people potentially are annoyed or frustrated with the game because maybe the developers are doing something wrong. But then when I look everywhere, I see that there are plenty of people still playing the game, plenty of people still polling for characters, plenty of people still, talking about the game. So, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's good, I don't know if it's bad. I honestly don't really care. If Honkai Star Rail died, tomorrow, like if the game just like completely went to shit and nobody ever played it again, I would not mind. That would not bother me a single bit, right? Yeah, yeah. And then if Honkai Star Rail succeeds, great. Let it succeed. Let people play it. That's fine. If people want to, enjoy the game, if they want to spend money on the game, go for it. But I'm never ever ever gonna touch Honkai Star Rail. Don't even play Genshin or Wuthering anymore. You just enjoy watching. That's fair. I mean, to be honest, like right now with both of those games, there's not really anything to do in these games. Like there's not really anything exciting in my opinion. But yeah. Turn-based is pretty cooked, but the story of Honkai is pretty nice. You know what's really, really funny? So, Stellar, you probably, since you made that comment about the story of Honkai, right? You will probably disagree with this, but I think almost every single person that is a part of like Fob's community, right? All of like Fob's viewers, whenever Fob is like playing the Honkai Star Rail story, all of them are like, dude, this shit is boring. Like just fast forward, like skip through it and get to the cutscenes, right? And then like, yeah, I think I remember there was I think there was a comment that one of Fob's viewers wrote in his chat. It was either a comment or it was like maybe someone donated TTS message to him. And the person, they basically said, Fob, you have been visibly bored by the Honkai Star Rail story. Like, we can see that you are sitting in your chair right now on stream bored. And they were saying that, like, you've been basically not invested in what's happening in the story for the past several hours, right? Why are you still sitting through the story and suffering through it for the next, like, 2-3 hours or 4 hours or whatever, however long it ends up being, right? So, yeah, it seems like, as far as I've heard, right, obviously everything that I hear is from other people, from external sources, right? Because I don't play the game myself. It does not really seem like the Honkai Star Rail story is very high quality right now. I don't know. I don't play the game. I don't really care. If people like the story, they like the story. If they don't like the story, so be it. But yeah, like recently I have not really heard a lot of positive things about the story content for the game, but I don't know. Honkai Star Rail content creators are just rage baiters and drama farmers. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you could scratch out Honkai Star Rail from that comment and you could write gotcha content creators. Because, yeah, it applies to, like, Genshin. It applies to Wuthering Waves. It applies to, Honkai, right? Any gacha game out there. Yeah. I think, like, so, okay. In terms of, like, videos, right? Like, for example, YouTube videos. The only YouTube videos that I watch, which are, gacha videos, right? I watch videos that are, like, kind of, they're like comedy videos, right? So like there will be people out there where they create artwork, they create like animations of Genshin characters, A really good example is there's a creator on YouTube, and I'm gonna type it in the chat. Their channel is called Nep Nepping, I think. That is their YouTube channel, Nepping. And then there's another one. Oh, I can't remember the name of it. Um, oh, it starts with oh yeah, hold on. I think it's I think it's this right here, Celine Pizza, right? So there are like these various different content creators that create like, animations, cartoon animations for these gacha games. I watch those on YouTube, right? Other than that, basically watching guide videos like Ziox, right? Ziox creates guide videos for brand new characters. Then there's like, guide videos of like, oh, hey, this is where you can find every single Pyroculus in the brand new region, or every single treasure chest in the brand new region, right? Those types of guide videos. I watch that stuff. But I don't really watch YouTube videos out there where it's like, hey, this is my personal opinion about a brand new character in this gacha game, or about the brand new story in this gacha game, right? I don't watch those like opinionated bullshit stuff, right? And to be honest, like a lot of those creators, right? Um, a lot of those creators out there that release these very heavily opinionated videos, I block them on YouTube. And I have it to where like their videos, their content never ever ever shows up on my channel because I fucking hate it, you know? Um, so yeah. I don't engage with any of that stuff at all. And it's really interesting because like I see people talk about it on like Discord, for example, right? All these different kind of drama farming, these like rage baiting YouTube videos, right? I see them for Genshin. I see them for Honkai Star Rail. I see them for Zenless Zone Zero. I see them for Wuthering Waves, right? Any gacha game out there, you can find these like really, really idiotic YouTube videos that exist, you know? And every time I see it, I just think to myself, wow, basically the one thing that it has taught me is that every single gacha community that exists out there has a portion of the player base or the fan base or whatever that are a bunch of morons and a bunch of idiots who they don't care about like celebrating the success of the game and kind of supporting other games and supporting other players. No, they care about basically just being toxic and tearing down other people. They care about insulting others and kind of just like being pieces of human scum to others around them, right? And it's just like it's such a really shit environment to be in, right? That's why I don't really involve myself with any of those communities and any of those like kind of like bubbles of content creation, right? It's just, yeah, I don't know. Like if I wanted to, I could create some dumb, stupid, nonsense bullshit YouTube video and I could title it, in all caps. I could be like, this is what's wrong with Genshin Impact, or this is what's wrong with Wuthering Waves, or whatever. And I could go on like a fucking rant, a tirade, of just like yapping about stuff that I like or don't like about these games. But I don't fucking care about that stuff, like it doesn't matter to me because at the end of the day, it's just a goddamn video game, right? That's all it is. It's not really anything special. It's not really anything, worth raging over, right? Um yeah. Yeah. But anyways, almost forgot that man did guide videos who's Ziox. To be honest, I have not watched a Ziox guide in a long time. And I mean, that's not really it's not really the fault of Ziox. It's more so the thing is just that, as I play Genshin more and more, I find myself pulling for characters less and less. You know, the characters that I choose to pull for, you know, basically I am kind of like limiting myself, and I'm finding that my desire, my motivation to pull for characters, it's becoming more and more restrictive, more special, more unique, where I seek out very, very specific characters that I want to pull for. And so other than those characters that I pull for, I don't really need to watch Zyok's videos, Zyok's guides for characters that I'm not pulling for, that I'm not building, you know. There's a ton of other YouTube content out there that I love and enjoy outside of Genshin, and I'd rather spend my time watching that stuff, right? But yeah, Zyok's is chill though. I mean, you know, he does this thing on YouTube, and I'm glad that he is doing it, right? Glad that he's helping out people on YouTube, right? Yeah, because man, I'm gonna be honest, oof, there are some YouTube content creators out there that they kind of like try to do a similar thing to what Zyok does, and they might do it for Genshin, they might do it for other gacha games. Those other content creators are absolute morons. They are complete, just like negative IQ, fucking brainless idiots, and I hate them. And the fact that there are people out there who unironically watch their videos and they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the advice of this guy, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't. That guy's not smart. He is a moron. But people still, you know, they're naive, they're gullible, right? Yeah, they don't know any better. So I'm glad that there's people out there like Zyok where he is able to produce good content, you know, good quality content that is factual, right? And you know, accurate, and he's able to educate people about the game, right? That's at least a good thing. And then of course whatever the absolute hell Zyok does on Twitch, I have no idea, because I stopped watching his Twitch stuff a long time ago. So, but anyways, anywho, let's go to where this quest is. Where's this quest? All the way over here? Yeah. So for those who don't know, I remember one day I logged into Genshin, and I decided to check out whatever this event was. I thought it was going to be like a quick event thing. Turns out it was not. And, you know, basically I ended up, like, watching, I would say, the first segment, the first part of this story quest content. So what we're going to be viewing right here, this is going to be the part 2, basically the follow-up of the very first, like, introduction to the quest, where we got to meet Aoife for the very first time.
前回来た時はゆうちゃんと元気にじゃれ合ってたのに、あまりにも急すぎる。
I do like this music a lot. This background music is good.
病気というのはそういうものだ。一夜にして全てが崩れるケースも少なくない。戦争中に病気になったというが、ここまで持ちこたえて偉かったな。
チビ、大丈夫？辛いね。
JP dub. I always play the game in JP. Always. I am a very, very, very firm believer in kind of like the JP voice acting. Like, here's the thing. I know that you know, English voice actors and actresses, they try their absolute best to voice act, and they try their best to, you know, do their job well. But I feel like, in my personal opinion, English voice acting has never, ever, ever been able to, you know, reach the same quality level, the same heights as Japanese voice acting, or even something like Chinese voice acting, right? It just feels like these languages, they're much better at portraying characters and portraying, even more importantly, emotions, right? So I don't really fuck around with English voice acting at all with Genshin or with other games, right? I basically play everything in Japanese. Um, yeah, and I probably always will. So, all right, let's see here. Are you okay, buddy? How are you feeling?
こんな幼い子を戦わせていたなんて、俺たち大人にも責任がある。
おお、六部族の族長が。
Shut up, Paimon.
今までは確かに自分の部族のことで手一杯であまり集まってなかったけど、最近は休日に会食するのが当たり前になってるんだ。驚くことはないさ。会食？飯をたかりに来てるだけだろ。毎回俺のとこに集まっておいてよく言う。君の手料理が美味しすぎるからだろう。私たちの腕は君も知っての通りなわけで本題に入ろう。
イファ、事情はもう聞いている。今回は君がいてくれて助かった。ミレイは他のテペトル竜と一緒に火翼の集いの物資運搬をよく手伝ってくれていたから、あの子のことはみんな人事じゃない。
家で見た記録にちょうどこの病気のことが載ってたんだが、治療に必要な成果の結晶について何もわからないんだ。
私も初耳だけど、成果に他の形があるの？
ああ、この目で見たわけではないが、確かにそういう記録があるな。はるか昔のナタでは帰化聖夜の巡礼以外にも成果を生み出す方法がもう一つあったそうだ。映画の演舞といってな、六部族の間の戦闘演習だった。帰化聖夜の巡礼よりも映画の演舞の方が戦況が激しく、時により純粋な成果を生み出したという。
成果の結
そんな演習があったのか？初めて聞いたが。
無理もない。映画の演舞はもう何百年も開催されていないのだからね。
Is there some kind of hidden story behind this?
最後に開催された時、何かあったらしい。あまりにも昔のことで詳しいことはわからないが、現実的だと思われる説は成果の結晶にただならぬ力があり、戦士たちの力を強化できると人々は信じていたが、結局そこまでの力を持たないと分かったというものだ。数少ない特別な場合を除いて、成果の結晶はかけがえのないものじゃない。普通の成果とさほど変わらないんだ。帰化聖夜の巡礼でも十分な成果が生み出されていたから、映画の演舞は不要となり、二度と語られなくなった。
なるほど。つまりミレイを助けるには映画の演舞をやるしかないってことだな。六部族が参加するってのは大変そうだが。
面倒事だなんて思わないさ。六部族の参加が必要とは言うが、全員が参加しなきゃいけないわけでもない。手が空いてる戦士たちに手合わせをしてもらえばいいんだ。戦争が終わって帰化聖夜の巡礼に競技や鍛錬の意味が加わった。戦士たちの腕を鈍らせないためにも武芸を交流する新たな舞台は必要だろ。
平和な時代でも完全に気を抜くわけにはいかないということか。そう考えると映画の演舞は確かに必要かもしれないな。
俺も賛成だ。最強の部族を決めるってのは悪くない。燃えてきたぞ。異論はない。
戻ったらみんなと相談してみる。参加したいって人がいっぱいいるかも。他の人はわからないけど、ムアラになんかきっと来るよ。そういう賑やかな大会が大好きだからね。
パカルはもちろん賛成だね。よし、満場一致だ。や
ったぜ。
みんなありがとう。
じゃあ まずは各自部族に戻って応募してくれる人がどれくらいいるか探ってみよう。人数が多ければ大規模に、少なければ簡易的にやろう。
ああ、大会ならルールも大事だ。無法な戦いは単なる暴力でしかないからね。そういうのはもう見たくない。
詳細なルール決めは私に任せてくれ。後で談義室で落ち合おう。この件にはエンジン様の許可も必要だ。
そうだ、ミレイを直すには海風草も必要だよね。私たちは映画の演舞で忙しくなりそうだけど、誰が集めてくる？
それなら大丈夫だ。ここには俺たち以外にもミレイの友達が来てるからな。
それはこの竜たちのことかい？ずいぶん友達が多いんだね。
カクーク、手伝ってくれるか聞いてくれないか？
I wanna punt that thing.
人語を介する竜がいて本当に良かったね。羨ましいよ。
じゃ、とりあえず解散でいいか？
ああ、また後で。イファ、一緒に集落に戻ろう。竜たちに海風草の見分け方を教えてやるんだ。
じゃあね、チビ。またお見舞いに来るよ。
すっごい行動。さすが部族の族長たち。決めてから実行に移すまでがいひひ。おいらにはお前がいるからな。先延ばしにしてればいつか解決してくれ。おいおい兄弟、マジかよ。
Yeah, I wanna punch that
呆
thing.
れてるよ。
この件をみんなにも伝えよう。カーチーナも参加してみないか？
参加してみる。
じゃあついてきてくれ。旅人パイモン、後で談義室で合流しよう。
順調そうだな。あれ、気がついたのか？もうちょっと。
Oh, he has something to say. Speak your mind, little buddy.
カクーク、おい、もうどっか行っちゃったのか。
I mean, we could just turn into a Saurian and communicate, you know, as Saurians, but sure. Induella Tapetlosaurus? Yep, yep. I knew it. I knew it. Stellar said, I personally skip event quests unless a character you really like is there. That's totally fair. I don't think that that is a bad take at all. What I will say, at least for me personally, right, is, you know, unfortunately with Genshin, right, I like Genshin as a game. I think Genshin is a good game. And unfortunately, the, you know, kind of speed or the pacing that we get additional Archon quests, right? Basically the main core storyline of the game. The pacing that we get for Archon quests, it's quite slow. You know, we don't get Archon quests super duper quickly, right? So there are many patches, many version updates where we don't get any new, like, major story content, right? And so with that being the case, I kind of have, you know, adopted this perspective where, you know, I think to myself, if a quest is supposed to be, you know, one, an important quest, one that matters and that has, you know, some significant content to it that is worth experiencing, right? And if a quest is something that is intended to be high quality, then it will have voice acting, right? So, you know, basically the way that I see it is that there's a difference between a quest that has proper actual dialogue voice acting and then a quest that is completely, totally dead silent, you know, like a world quest, for example. And to me, the way I play the game is I play all quests that are voice acted, I play them without skipping, without, you know, ignoring the story, right? Anything that is not voice acted, I immediately skip, and I just like power through it, and I'm like, okay, cool, next, right? And I don't really pay attention to what the hell is going on, what is being said, what is being talked about at all. But if it's voice acted, I feel like what that means is the developers, they kind of want the players to experience it. They want the players to learn what is happening with the story, with the content, and you know, who knows? Maybe the quest, it might end up being enjoyable. It might end up being interesting. It might end up being fun or possibly emotional, right? So I always give them a try. I always give them a chance because they might surprise me and they might end up being something that I liked more than I thought I would, right? Yeah, so it's like I enjoy them just because we, you know, we have the time to experience them, since we are not constantly getting brand new Archon quests, you know, frequently. Um, and this is like a good way for me to continue to, I guess, like enjoy the game and remind myself about what are the good parts of the game. Um, you know, until we get the big new version updates, right? The big new content that will come out every so often, right? Um, but yeah. I don't know. And sometimes, like, one thing that I do like about some of these quests is that sometimes you will have characters from various regions, like characters from Mondstadt or Liyue or Inazuma or whatever, and they'll come and interact with characters from other regions like Fontaine or Notlan or Sumeru or whatever. And it's pretty cool. But that doesn't happen all the time. It's not very common, but when it does happen, it's pretty neat. It's pretty interesting. All right, let's see here. Everything okay, Milray? Do you want to eat something? Why don't I go pick you some fruit? Oh, he says he'll be fine. Who am I? Haven't seen you around here before, Have you come to visit Milray too? Just want to tell you that you have nothing to worry about, okay? These nice humans have found a way to cure you. It won't be long before they've gathered enough ocean zephyrs and sacred flame crystals, so hang in there, you'll be on the mend soon. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Those nice humans have no idea how dangerous sacred flame crystals are. What do you mean dangerous? They can beguile human hearts, turn friends into enemies. The humans must be very careful. Oof. Poor thing collapsed. Beguile human hearts. The chief didn't mention anything about that before. Could there be unknown risks associated with using sacred flame crystals? I mean, there's always going to be risks, right? More importantly, if the chiefs know nothing about this, despite all the knowledge they possess, then where did Milray and Nyan come to hear of it? Oh, we're asking Nyan. A mysterious Cucasaur we met while fighting those big monsters. He was the one who told us. Where did this Cucasaur find out that? Hmm. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right. Let's see if we can talk to Mavuika and figure out what to do next.
「提案書は読ませてもらった。悪くないな。たとえミレイの件がなくとも映画の演舞を行うことには意義がある。志願者は多いか？
はい、予想よりもずっと。選手たちの参加意欲は高く、応募に出遅れた者が受付を囲んで抗議していたほどです。結局特別に参加者枠を増やしましたが、
人数が多いため本番試合と模擬試合を分けて行うことにしました。模擬試合は3部族対3部族の乱闘ですが、本番試合は1対1で行われます。模擬試合の参加者枠は抑えるつもりです。乱闘では事故が起こりやすいですし、参加者が少なければ怪我人が出てもすぐに治療を施せますから。
よく考えられているな。私も賛成だ。費用についてはこちらに任せてくれ。
ありがとうございます。
その試合はどこで行うつもりだ？後で下見をしてくる。それと私は参加を控えておこう。その方が皆も心置きなく楽しめるからな。
メイン会場は聖火競技場付近に、試合会場は各集落の周辺に設ける予定です。
あ、わかった。私から聞きたいことは以上だ。さあ、君たちも忙しいのだろ？戻るといい。ご苦労だったな。
それでは会場の設営を手配してきますので、お先に失礼します。
I will say I've never really been a big fan of Amina's like voice and the voice actress and whatever.
旅人パイモン、頑張ってくれ。
頑張るって何？
久しぶりだな。君たちも映画の演舞の件で来たのか？
そうだぞ。
映画の演舞。なんとも懐かしい名だ。昔、父から聞いた名だが、父も祖父から聞いたと言っていた。
ってことは、そう言われる？
ああ、だがきっと成功する。そんな予感がするんだ。安心してくれ。
Is there anything dangerous about sacred flame crystals?
なぜそのようなことを？
We heard rumors that sacred flame crystals can beguile human hearts.
そんな噂は聞いたことがないな。そもそも論理的に考えてありえないはずだ。反言の歌のルールは長らくナタを守ってきた。このルールを動かすための燃料が成果であり、ナタは長きにわたり成果を使ってきている。その間、異常が見られたことはない。成果の結晶とはあくまで別の形をした成果だ。それがどうやって人を惑わすのか想像もできない。
I still feel like it's worth investigating though.
大丈夫だ。たとえ本当に邪悪な力があったとしても、今のナタに波風を立てることはできない。この私がいるからな。今は映画の演舞を無事開催することだけを考えよう。十分な成果を集め、テペトル古竜を助けてやらなければ。
マービカがいて。
だが、私にも力になれないことはある。先ほどから外で君たちを待っている人がいるようだ。
誰だ？
会えばわかる。言ってあげるといい。あまり待たせるのも悪い。
Let me guess, it's Kinich and Mulani and Kachina and everyone else. Yep, I knew it. I called it, chat.
旅人パイモン、 実は。待って待って、私が一番乗りなんだから。
どうしたんだよ。実は
ふふん、映画の演舞がもうすぐ始まるでしょ。入りたい部族とか決まってる？ないなら流星の州に来てよ。
オイラたちも。
非化聖夜の巡礼と違って映画の演舞はずっと開催されてない。だから俺たちは新しいルールを作ろうと思ってる。
族長も賛成してくれた。でも参加するかどうか、どの部族に入るかは君たち次第だ。
ナタを救った英雄であるお前を引き入れられれば部族の士気が上がるから、今はお前を仲間にすることが部族にとっての最優先事項なんだ。
なるほど。
ふふん、そんなことより私はちゃんと誠意を持ってきたよ。ほらほら、温泉への豪華招待券、それにうちのお店からのプレゼント。
Mulan is very cute.
かがり木の民に来てくれればバーベキューパーティーを開いてやる。食材は最高級の肉で食べ放題だ。
今すぐ加入すりゃ偉大なる清流クフルアハウの子分にしてやるぞ。
Yeah, no one cares about you.
それはいらん。
キーニジこの野郎。
焼肉た
北条の国に入ってくれれば1年分のトレーニング指導と食事計画を提供する。もっと強くなれるぞ。
Hard pass.
僕は取れたての野菜しか提供できないが、でも本当に美味しいぞ。
飛行レッスンに興味はないか？それか私が空に連れてってやろう。
オイラは自分で飛べるけど。
私チビ流ビスケットを焼けるよ。それからグレインチップスも。
報酬が魅力的な。お前に任せたぞ。どうせもう決まってるんだろ。
How about I join all of you then? Tumaini belongs to all of Natlan after all. My god, this is cheesy, chat.
いや、実はそれも悪くない考えだ。少なくとも模擬試合は問題なく行える。模擬試合は3対3だから、前半と後半で1回ずつ手伝ってもらえば公平だ。
なるほど、その手があったか。
本当か。じゃあ
少なくとも私はちゃんと誠意を示すよ。楽しいことが一番大事だもんね。
じゃあこれで決まりだな。前半の模擬試合ではかがり木の民、流線の衆、子供の子と一緒に他の3部族と戦ってもらう。
また肩を並べて一緒に戦えるんだね。私たちのチームならきっと無敵だよ。
そろそろだ。準備を終わらせて向かおう。
Interesting. Okay, okay. I like this this graphic here. All right. Where the heck do I need to go now, chat? All the way up here? What the heck? That is so far away. Honestly, all I really want to do is unlock the volcano stuff, you know?
ここが拠点だな。
へへ、偉大なる清流クフルアハウ様にかかれば何もかも消し済みだ。
作戦を邪魔したら大会が終わるまで閉じ込めてやるからな。
ケチンボが。
このチームなら
流れのままに戦えば大丈夫だよね。
ああ、気心の知れた俺たちならきっとうまく連携が取れるだろう。だがそれでも気は抜かない方がいい。この辺りには崖が多くて死角が多い。相手は高いところから襲ってくるかもしれない。
それじゃあ水路で行こう。見て、あの旗。北条の国の拠点だよね。水路でさっと近づいて一気に拠点を占領してから高い場所を目指しましょう。
ああ、賛成だ。
ムアラニちゃんの判断を信じるよ。
We'll catch them completely off guard. Ah, yes, our devious plan.
よっしゃー。あたしとザブザブサメくんの出番だね。あたしが先陣を切るからみんなついてきて。
Attack the Collective of Plenty's base. Alright. Sounds like a plan. Let's see. Doesn't seem like I get to indwell anything, which sucks. Oh, wait. Oh, we get Mulani. Okay, okay. This makes sense.
やっぱり水路で来たな。流線の衆らしいぜ。あれ、行動パターン読まれちゃった？
仕方ない。正面から突破しよう。
準備 OK だよ。さあ、思う存分戦おう。絶対勝てっこないって。
I have no idea how this team is gonna work, Chad, but we'll figure it out.
行くよ、灼熱閃光。
赤熱の影よ、我が命を果たせ。
サボってないでしっかり戦えよ。燃やし尽くして。
獲物だ。
見てろよ。
行くよ。せいや。
見てろよ。
鍛えないと。するよ。
お前の
灼熱閃光。なかなかいい練習になった。今日はここまでにしよう。いい連携が取れるようになってきたね。
まだまだだ。次の場所へ向かおう。
待って、出発する前に私たちの旗をここに立てなくちゃ。
山の上が名園の主の拠点だ。
なんかトゲだらけの山だな。登ってほしくないみたいだぞ。大丈夫。
ばあちゃん、来てくれたんだな。あんまり遅くなってしまうと野菜たちも喉が渇いてしまう。
すぐ終わらせるから安心して。
また一人来たか。
退路はない。
剥がしてあげる。火のままにアイスフロスト。先生権限。タッチの魂を我が輩に捧げよう。ああ、待って。こっちもここにできねえのか。
もうちょっと踏ん張ろう。
それと
かかったな。
もうダメだ。そろそろ帰るか。
よし、名園の主の拠点も無事攻略完了。見て、あそこの山に火力の集いの旗があるよ。うわ、
ああ、向こうは高い場所にいるから機動力もある。俺たちの今の戦力じゃ強行突破は難しいだろう。
もしかしてちょうどいいところに来た？
おわ、シロネも来てくれたのか。
はいはい、挨拶は戦いが終わってからにしよ
助っ人が来たから二手に分かれられるな。
うちは正面から突破して相手を消耗させるよ。あんたたちは別ルートから上に行って本拠地に入って。
これならきっと勝てるね。
Alright, how the heck are we gonna do this? Launch a surprise attack, huh? Really hate having to use trial characters? Yeah. Yeah. The trial characters are definitely rough. And not only that, but I feel like the team composition is just never great. I don't know. At least in my opinion. Oh wait, we're being blocked off? Wait, what other route is there? Huh? Alright. A little bit clumsy on the landing, but it works.
ほう、防衛を突破されるとは。だがまだ始まったばかりだ。気をつけろ。
絶対に負けないよ。
ああ、一緒に戦おう。
よーし、お互い思う存分戦おう。やけどしないようにしてあげる。
見せてみろ。
弾はまだまだある。
勇気を見せてみろ。
今日疲れたか。死での旅路へ。
ここまでだ。
Okay, where's this flag at? Give me that flag.
勝ったの？よかった。やっぱり私たちって最高のチームだね。
ああ、爽快な戦いだった。
山の中腹でククリウ騎士と戦ってたらすぐ本拠地が落ちたって知らせが来たよ。やるじゃん。
We wouldn't have taken the base the way we did otherwise.
そうだぞ。
成果の結晶は誰か手に入れた？
いくつか拾ったけど、グレインチップスくらいの大きさしかなかった。帰り道、名園の主のスタッフに渡したよ。ええ、確かに受け取ったわ。ストラリー、お前も試合で使われる儀式の道具は私が発明したんだから来ないわけにはいかないでしょ。私を見るなりスタッフが成果の結晶を渡してくれたの。数えてみたけど、このペースなら大会が終わるまでに十分な成果の結晶を集められそうよ。よかった。
Even Sitlali didn't notice anything strange? Am I overthinking it?
順調っぽいし、夜はみんなで温泉に行かない？
いいんじゃん。 働いた後の休憩時間は存分に楽しむっけないっしょ。
Hey, yo. Silonen in an onsen?
ぐるぐるコバちゃんに乗って案内してあげるよ。
Say no
ご
more.
めん、うちはまだ依頼がいくつか残ってるから一旦戻るわ。夜に流線の州で合流しよう。
私もお店があるし、お菓子も買ってこないとだから。みんな、また夜にね。
俺はちょっと遅くなるかもしれない。みんな集まったら先に始めててくれ。
そっか。じゃあ、私も帰るよ。また夜にね。
Ah, poor Kachina.
Minnaもう集まってるから早く来て。ほら、更衣室に案内してあげる。場所覚えてる？初めて来た時も私が案内したよね。あっという間に時間が経っちゃったね。あ、こんな話は後にしよっか。さあ、行こう。
Okay, okay.
パーティー開始。
Aw, this is very cute. Very adorable. Although I will say, I wish that they removed Paimon and Aja. Get those two out of here. Aha? Aha? How do you pronounce his name? Such a weird name to pronounce. Aha. I don't even know what the correct pronunciation of his name is. But yeah. Peak indeed. I do wish they had put Silonen in a bathing suit. That would have been just absolute perfection if you know, they included that.
愉快、そうかい。これからはこの温泉に偉大なる清流の名を冠するとしよう。
Shut up, Aja.
疲れが一気に吹き
Shut
飛ん
up,
で。
Paimon.
白根お姉さんは温泉に入らないの？
Let me take a guess. Is it because Silonen is like kind of part cat? You know, she's like a leopard or whatever, and cats don't like water. I wonder if that's the reason. Put Mavuika here instead for real, for real? True.
お湯の中にいるよりこの方が好きだから。
I had a feeling this was the case. Yeah.
最後の一品は山と海と空だ。
お？待ってくれ。
へへへ。くらえ。キリチめ、俺の力を思い知ったか。
Okay, they should have. I don't know why Lumine is back here. Lumine needs to be right here. I don't like Paimon being here. Paimon being here is ruining my immersion. How dare they? And then little Kachina in the back. I like how Selena is just like napping. She's just snoring away back here.
ちょっとアーハウ、水がこっちまで飛んできたんだけど。はあ、おいしょ。カチーナちゃん、どうしたの？チビリュービスケットを焼いたんだよ。一緒に食べようよ。
Is fucking Kinich just like mummifying Aja? That's perfect.
今行くよ。
くそ、キリチめ、離せ。
後片付け手伝ってくれてありがとう。気にするな。君たちがいてくれるといつもより賑やかになるよ。ほんとありがとね。そうだ、さっきご飯を食べた時、カチーナちゃん何か思い悩んでたみたいだけど。
She's been a bit off since the exhibition match ended.
変だな。 いつもは悩み事があったら私に相談してくれるのに、いつもとは違う感じの悩みなのかな。ねえ、ちょっと聞いてみてくれない？任せてくれ、力になれ。それなら安心だね。じゃあ私も帰るよ。また遊びに来てよね。うん、じゃあまたな。
Nice. Act 1 complete, baby. Can each and A drop handle his peak? I mean, the two are little rascals, so it does kind of make sense. Alright. Martial Trial Affairs. Rescue the Little Saurian. Night Wind Invitation. I'm assuming this is for Auroron. Wow, we have to wait for 2 days. Frickety frack. Alright, let's go and take care of these quests before we, you know, look at skipping ahead time or whatever. I actually don't even know what the heck these, 2 events are, like what we need to do for both of them. I hope they're not a pain in the ass. Interesting, so this part is not voiced, huh? Okay, so I can skip through it. Alright, divided into 2 categories, offensive battles and defensive battles. In each trial, a specified character must participate in the current martial trial. Travelers need to complete various challenges to charge ritual items, then use these to destroy the enemy's camp's barrier, achieving victory. Ah, okay. I see, okay. Oh wow, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them? Okay, okay. In Saurian Treasure Seeker, you must switch the indicated direction at various intersections to plan a route, thus leading the Saurian whelps onward to accomplish the stage's treasure hunt objectives. Okay, this seems pretty simplistic. You can move the camera to explore areas off to the side, select the reset view button to return to the center so you can keep following the little Saurian. Different Saurian whelps have favorable terrain unique to them. Traversing favorable terrain will increase their movement speed, while traversing unfavorable terrain will decrease movement speed. Switch Saurians out where necessary. Ah, I see. Okay, okay. That makes sense. Very cool. Alright, let's try this out. Let's see what this is all about. Sign up for the competition. Win the battle within 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 6 minutes. Vaporize reactions. Mualani must participate in the martial trial. Ooh. Hmm. Let's do it. I'm not really comfortable using Mualani. Like, I have no idea what is the optimal way to play her. So, I'm just gonna use, like, my normal Vaporized team. Okay, so we have to go through these, like, yellow totems or whatever, and then we go to the red location, I'm guessing. Could be wrong. Wait, what? Use ritual item. Can't use when energy is low. Oh, I see. Wait, I'm supposed to collect these things? How many of them are there? I'm still missing one, I think, chat. There we go. No, my poor Mulan. Nice, okay. 5 minutes, 59 seconds. Literally right on the dot. Holy moly. Are you going to be pulling for anyone else except Skirk? Before Skirk? That depends. Likely my answer is no. But I'll have to wait and see like what these other characters look like. I'll have to wait and see like what they feel like in combat. But I would say before Skirk, the answer is probably no. After Skirk, though, there's definitely some other characters that I'm interested in, without a doubt. Lunging attack. Okay, okay. Interesting. Let's see how this works. This is going to be a weird team, but I think we can maybe pull it off.
わめくがいい。行くぞ無能。
突破できるかな。
風よ散れ千人のご高齢だ。無駄だ。
ここだ無能。ここだ。無駄だ。くだらない。ここだ。
気をつけないと。
八方の風羽ばた
くだらない。
じゃあ思いっきり遊んであげる。
風よ散れ
西洋など。ここだ。ここだ。
どうぞこちらへ。風よ散れ千人のご高齢だ。
Ooh, repel at least 10 waves of enemies, and I did 6 only. Yikes. That is not good. 2 out of 3. So, okay, if I try this again, does that mean that I don't need to do the other objectives that I've already completed? Or how does this work? Interesting. I see, I see. You know, I thought that basically, like, with this defensive, stage, right? As long as I lasted the length, I thought that I would not need to, you know, I thought that I would not need to worry about any of the objectives. But,
じゃあどうぞこちらへ。
じゃあ思いっきり遊んであげる。お手並み拝見といこうか。
羽ばたく
西洋など。
拠点が危ない。突破できるかな。
wait, come back here.
千人のご高齢だ。
Nope. Zhongli, get off.
ここにある。
そちらへ風周空今夜
西洋な無能ここだ無能ここだ難攻不落
どうぞそちらへ
天道万象
散れ八方の風幅じゃあ思いっきり当ててあげる
わめくがいい無能
気をつけないと。
Ooh, only 7. Yikes. Yeah. Yeah, that's really, really bad. That's tough. Huh. I do not know. I feel like, okay, maybe instead of, you know, running like a Shao team, because, like, I'm thinking that, oh, maybe the buffs, right? Maybe the buffs will be beneficial. I think the only problem is just that, you know, with a character like Varessa, so this team right here, where we're running Shao, with, you know, his usual standard setup, except for instead of Bennett, we're taking Varessa. I feel like this team setup is really, like, insanely copium. Like, this is a really, really bad setup. I don't like this at all. And, yeah, I just feel like, you know, if, let's say, we were to take away Shao and, you know, the normal characters that Shao plays with, I don't know if, I don't know if there's a good Varessa team out there. Because, to be honest, like, I don't really know how to use Varessa properly, and I don't know what characters would, like, buff her damage that would, like, make her into, you know, a character that would one-shot, or not like literally one-shot, but be able to easily take care of these, you know, opponents, these waves of enemies, right? Yeah, this is rough. Um, hmm. Like, I'm thinking, okay, what if I ran a team like this, right? If I did Varessa with, let's say, hypothetically, maybe Bennett, and then Cloud Retainer for the plunge buff, and then, like, we could do, like, Kazuha for crowd control, right? That being said, I mean, on this team, the only source of, like, serious damage would be Varessa, and I feel like she is not enough DPS. Yeah, this team kind of feels like it's missing something. Not to mention that, like, you know, overload. Yeah, overload elemental reaction is really fucking cope. Unless you're, like, running a team with, for example, Chevreuse, which I am not running a team like that, and I never will. Hmm. I'm thinking here, honestly, I could run Yao Yao for some extra Dendro, or I could run like Raiden Shogun for some kind of off-field Electro. Oh man, this is rough. Let's try Yao Yao and see how that does, but I don't really have a lot of faith in this. We can try it. Yeah, we can try it. I suppose what I could do is I could also brute force it and not even rely on, you know, any character, any team that, you know, that does, that does plunge, but, yeah.
じゃあどうぞこちらへ。じゃあ思いっきり遊んであげる。お手並み拝見といこうと。踊らないの。負けだよ。ヒーロー見参。突破できるかな。動かないで。いやいや。中級ホームに。いやいや。これこそ知恵の伝道。ゆえぐえ。行くよ。気をつけないと。じゃあ思いっきり遊んであげる。発光の風、羽ばたく。覚えたわよ。波が来たわよ。
Yeah, this is rough. This is really, really, really rough. Huh. We'll try a Shao team one more time, chat. Just one more time. And then if it doesn't work, I'll probably pull out something that I know will be able to kill these enemies fast. Let's see here. I wish I could skip this, like, first cinematic scene here. This little, like, cutscene moment. Wait, what? There we go.
突破できるかな。
What? Yeah. Yeah, that's really annoying. I'm gonna be honest, man. For this, particular challenge right here, being forced to use Varessa is really fucking annoying. Like, Varessa is the problem with this particular stage right here. If Varessa was not required, then it would be so much easier, without a doubt. Oh, burning teams? Oh boy. I mean, I don't have Emily, so this is already going to be problematic. Let's try something like this. Even though I don't really love this team setup, I don't really think I have any like better options for burning teams, because I don't play burning teams and I never will.
想定内の勝利だ。
加速するぞ。
覚えたわよ。
退路はない。八神に報いるために。
支流の烈焰で口中の涙を照らそう。一切合切燃やし尽くせ。
今日使う。
変わろう。止める勇気はある。聞け、太陽の矛を。
火に気をつけろ。俺が守るよ。
獲物だ。
これよりこの地は偉大なる支流。何？俺の領地を何者かが襲っただと？出撃だ！
Yeah.
また勝利に一歩近づいた。
That completely missed. Okay, nice. I hate this thing, why it keeps, like, what's it called? Keeps on, like, interrupting me, basically.
私のお家にいらっしゃい。
炎の盾。
この天下で裁く。
かかったな。死での旅路へ。
清流の烈焰で駆逐区なんちらを照らそう。一切合切燃やし尽くせ。やったー。愉快爽快。
Cool. Awesome. Now I have like less than a minute to fucking beat all the enemies, don't I?
Sanjo! 悪くねえ取引だぜ。
葬られよ。これ以上手こずるわけには。
痛くしちゃうかも。知識はあなたにも。
炎の盾。はい。
烈日よ、私に従え。炎は決して。
Oh my god. Holy moly, chat. Okay. Well, it seems like I will need a healer, because Jesus Christ, this was, absolutely insane here. Yeah, that's really rough. Holy moly. This is like one of the reasons why I really hate burning teams, is because it kind of has that self-inflicting damage, which I'm not a fan of. Can you stop showing me the stupid fucking cutscene at the beginning? Such a waste of time. I don't care. Nice. Okay. Hmm.
見せてやろう。
全部丸見えね。
獲物だ。
見せきれてないのに。
変わろう。
想定内の勝利だ。
太陽の本能を。
はびこりなさい。
燃えろ。みんなは俺が。
かかったな。赤日の影よ、我が命を果たせ。
清流の烈焰で強くなったらわけだぞ。一切合切燃やし尽くせ。そうかい。
これこそが知恵の伝道。
Really?
まずい。
変わろう。止める勇気はあるか。
また勝利に一歩近づいた。
Come on.
Suzuki だ。
また勝利に一歩近づいた。これは必要か？
手をつなぎましょう。
天下で裁く。
しく獲物だ。
Wait, what? No way my Bennett died from that. Holy. That's insane. Holy moly. How did my Bennett get absolutely deleted there, chat? Crystallize, huh? Okay, okay. Let's try this out. So this is a defense battle, I'm pretty sure.
しよ。口封じは任せたからね。
Ooh, 8. Only 8. Not good. Not good. I think we can do 10, chat. I think we can. Yeah, the really tough thing is just that, basically, what you need is you need to make sure that Kachina is not on the field. Like, she has her elemental skill activated, and she has, like, the Beyblade on the field, but you need to get, like, off the field with her, right?
構えとけ。
私は甘く見ない。
太陽の炎を
手加減なしよ。ヒトラリ、リツパパ、そうよ。
食いしばっとけ。
防衛
回る時間だよ。手強い相手が来ちゃったね。スイスイムネよ、契約を果たせ。
頭上を焼き尽くすこの天下でさばく。
口封じは任せたからね。
Man, that is really tough. That is really, really tough. Literally only 8 waves with that. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know, chat. This is a really, really annoying event. I think that, you know, if I could take out Kachina, I would probably be using Zhongli instead. I think that Zhongli is the far superior Geo character. And I think that, yeah, this is really tricky. I suppose I could try using Kazuha, and basically the idea would be to swirl Cryo. However, the only problem with that is, you know, some of the later enemies that appear include the Pyro Slime, and if you try to swirl the Pyro Slime, you won't be able to swirl Cryo at all. It just won't allow you to, which is really annoying. Chaska, Party setup. Each time a character deals one type of elemental damage, the current on-field character's attack increases by 30 and crit damage increases by 20. The bonus from each type of elemental damage exists independently and are independently timed, can stack up to 3 times. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea how to use Chaska chat. No clue at all.
この調子で行こう。
悪用の力を思い知りなさい。
今だ。撃て。進め。撃て。今だ。ロックオン。
太陽の炎。
Wait, why is my energy low? What the hell? Okay, 2 more times.
よくやった。風が立つぞ。
Okay. Where are the combat events at? I literally can't see any. Oh, okay.
よくやった。
Wait.
速攻で決める。よくやった。
加減なしよ。口封じは任せたからね。
ああ食いつまりだ。ナイスエッジ。
つまれろ。
撃て。でロックオン。剥がしてあげる。ロックオンのままに。ナイスフロット。ナイスエッジ。ロックオン。変わろう。2のままに。ナイスフロット。責任に葬られよ。
甘えたにゃ反省しなさいよバラさん。はっせい。
烈日よ私に
自然飛ぶか。撃て。ナイスエッジ。ロックオン。撃て。
Alright, nice. We did it, chat. 5 minutes, 52 seconds. A little bit close there. A little bit close into the end, but we got it. I'm gonna be honest, if I don't end up getting the 3 stars on this event, I'm gonna be very, very surprised and also very annoyed. Nice. Okay. Okay, we did get 10. I was worried that, like, we might end up only getting 9 on that one, which would have been, like, super freaking annoying. Very, very, very nice. Yeah, I think, honestly, chat, for these, you know, these defense, battles with Varessa and then with Kachina, and Sitlali, right? So for Kachina and for Varessa, you know, obviously we were not able to get, you know, 10 waves of enemies. And the big reason why, I think, is just because, you know, for Varessa and for Kachina, these are two characters, at least in my personal opinion, these are two characters where it is very, very, very annoying to try and form a team around them if you know, do not own these characters and you do not play these characters, right? Obviously, if you specifically invest into Kachina and into Varessa, building a team around them on your account, then, you know, that's another story. That's completely different. But if you are someone where you do not play either of these two characters regularly at all, right? And these are two characters that you are completely, like, uncomfortable with, completely unfamiliar with, then basically these two characters are a hindrance. They are an, you know, a problem. They get in the way, right? And they are not a solution for these stages, right? Yeah, it's very annoying to kind of have to, you know, basically babysit a character on your team and take up one of your slots, and then you only have 3 other characters that you are allowed to take with you, which kind of have to, you know, synergize, or at the very least they have to not interfere with Varessa or Kachina, right? Um, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't really know what is the best way to go about these two stages, but to be completely honest, it does not really matter at all, because at the end of the day, if you take a look here at the rewards that are available for this event, none of the rewards are locked behind getting 3 stars on the gold challenge, right? All of them are just like, you know, very simple, very easy. Are you able to complete, you know, the gold challenge at all, right? And that's all it is, right? It's not anything like, oh, can you get every single, you know, difficulty, every single reward, or not reward, but like every single achievement on each stage, right? So yeah. But in any case, so we finished with this, abandoned challenge. So we have the Saurian kind of like gameplay, right, where you kind of just have to guide the Saurian, to the treasure or whatever. We can do that, I suppose. That might not be a bad idea. Although, I will say that, you know, ideally, I would like to continue with the quest. Because I don't know... Yeah, basically, I don't know how long, it's going to be, for the quest to finish, right? It might take an additional, like, 2 hours or 3 hours or whatever. Kuchina, has something been on your mind recently?
どうして？模擬試合が2人とも
心配してくれてありがとう。大丈夫だよ。ただ最近戸惑いを感じる時があって、自分でもうまく言えないんだけどね。非化聖夜の巡礼で何度失敗しても諦めなかったのは、試合を勝ち抜いて余順者の戦争に参加するって信念があったから。だからやっとその夢が叶った時は本当に嬉しかった。それも師匠とみんなが八神の国から連れ戻してくれたおかげなんだけど、でもね、しばらくしたら次は何をすればいいのか、どこを目指して頑張ればいいのかわからなくなっちゃって、映画の演舞でまたみんなと一緒に戦えて嬉しかった。でも終わった時ふと気づいたの。みんなやるべきことがあるのに私だけないって。毎日時間を持て余した子供みたいな生活をしてるのは私だけなんじゃないかって。全然大人になれてないよね。
そんなこと考えてたのか。
This is an important stage in life too, Kachina.
みんなにもこういう悩みを抱えた時期があるってこと？私、自分の努力が足りないからだと思ってた。
I'm gonna be honest, Kachina. If you were an adult, right, you would be wishing that you had this free time. You would be wishing that you could take a break and could rest and do nothing. Because, yeah, being an adult with responsibilities, you know, paying bills and fucking living life and shit. Oh my god. Sometimes it's depressing, chat. Ugh. I wish that sometimes I could return to being, you know, a teenager or a kid who has no responsibilities and no worries, no concerns, anything like that. Take your time searching for what it is you want to do.
そっか。ありがとう、師匠。
例えばもしさ、
確かに。
I see even you have had your moments of wisdom, Paimon.
みんないたのね。その子の具合はどう？
シトラリおばあ様。
ちょうど時間があったから様子を見に来たの。
ミレイはずっと伏せってるよ。イファお兄さんの言ってた通り、成果の結晶をたくさん集めるしかないのかも。
そうでしょうね。おお。ちなみになんだけど、最近何かあった？
What do you mean, run into trouble?
模擬試合が終わって成果の結晶の話をしてた時、みんな盛り上がってたのに君だけが思案顔だったから。根も葉もない噂なんでしょうけど、確かに聞き捨てならないわね。恐怖は未知から生まれるもの。霧に包まれた謎ほど恐怖心を煽るものよ。
成果の結晶は危険なの？じゃあミレイはどうなるの？
マービカ様だって言ってたでしょ。たとえ何かあったとしてもあの方がいれば大丈夫よ。でも映画の演舞が開催されなくなったのには何か訳があったはずよね。最後に開催された時事件があったって噂もあるし、気がかりなら調べてみましょう。名の主のウォーベンに当時の記録が残ってるはずよ。
Knowing the truth will put our minds at ease.
よかったらついていってもいいかな？力になりたいの。
もちろん。じゃあテペトルコリュウにはゆっくり休んでもらうことにして一緒に行きましょう。
Okay. You know, another thing that we could do, assuming that the story wants us to, is we could try finding the Kyukasaur who is talking about the crystal and ask them what the heck is going on.
当時のウォーベンはこれで全部ですって。何か手がかりが見つかるかも。こんなにたくさん。かなり文句垂れる時間があったら一つでも多く調べなさい。さあ、みんなで手分けすればすぐ終わるから。どうしたの？手が止まってるけど。
Are there still conflicts between the tribes nowadays?
程度の差はあるにせよ、衝突が完全に消えることはないでしょうね。衝突がエスカレートして圧力が生まれないよう、どの時代のエンジンも手を尽くすでしょうけど、みんながみんなマービカ様のような実力の持ち主とは限らない。それに神といえど寿命は普通の人間と変わらない。交代でブランクができた時なんかはなおさら問題が起こりやすくなるでしょう。
First time I've ever heard that.
ここ数百年は部族間で血を見ることもほとんどなく平和に過ごしてきた。ウォーベンをめくるたび思うの。今のナタの暮らしを昔の人々は想像もできなかっただろうなってね。あ、これ映画の演舞のことかも。え、見せて。へえ、こんな偶然が。前回の映画の演舞も病気になった古竜を救うためだったみたいよ。え、ミレイと同じ病気だったのかな。ウォーベンには書いてないけど、おそらくそうでしょうね。でも変ね。こんな簡素な書き方って普通しないんだけど。記録されてるのは2つのことだけ。病気になった古竜を助けるために映画の演舞が開催されたこと、そして結局は助からなかったこと。当時火翼の集いの族長は弟とかなり揉めたみたいね。その後弟は集落を出て人里離れたところで暮らした。これで全部よ。それじゃ何もわからない。人の心を惑わす成果の結晶。本当にそのせいかしら。方向性を変えて調査しないとね。過去に映画の演舞が開催されたのは1回だけじゃないはず。もっと昔のウォーベンを調べてみるわ。さっきのウォーベン、火翼の集いのことが書いてあったでしょ。元田族長に聞いてみるのもいいかも。オイラたちにも何。
Yep, exactly. I told you that like half an hour ago. Go and talk to the bird.
ククリュウ？なんでそんなことを？ああ、イファの助手のカクークから聞いたのね。あの子は竜の言葉を通訳してくれたりするそうだものね。じゃあしばらく別行動ね。私はウォーベン調査、カチーナは火翼の集い、君たちはククリュウ探し。後でまたここで落ち合いましょう。
Okay. All the way back over here, huh? You know, I was thinking another Cucasaur that we could talk to would be, Chaska's Cucasaur's sister. But I don't know if she would have any information, you know? A really tall stone gate. Light and floaty. Interesting, interesting. Look for the objective in the area.
みんな、わかった？相手の裏をかく戦略で一発勝負だよ。
任せて。目にもの見せてやろう。
あれ？うわー！びっくりした。旅人とパイモンか。こっそり教えてあげる。後半戦の戦略について話し合ってたの。でもこれ以上は内緒。次は対戦相手になるからね。
お前たちは急いでるみたいだけど、何かあったのか？
実はここ領？そうだったんだ。じゃあ一緒に探すよ。この辺りってさっき言ってたみたいな景色ばっかだし、この人数じゃいつまでかかるかわからないね。その黒竜、何か特徴はないの？
Light and floaty.
え？もっと詳しい特徴は？
Apparently we'll know who he is the instant we see him.
まあ、しょうがないか。別行動で探してみよ
う。俺は高所から探す。ついでに火翼の集いの人にも当たってみる。
じゃあ私は川沿いを探してみるよ。
腕の見せ所だね。キーニチは知ってるだろうけど、私は元狩人だから目には自信があるんだよね。
俺も時間があるから散策がてら周辺を探してみよう。
助かるぜ。気にしないで。じゃあまた後でね。
Greetings, fellow Saurians. Have you ever met a Cucosaur around here who you'd describe as light and floaty? Talking about that kid, are ya? He sometimes shows up around here, but he's always sneaking about, trying not to be seen. Perched up on a cliff, gazing out on his lonesome, daydreaming about who knows what. Following a human around a couple days back. That was a terrible fruit pun right there. I didn't even want to read it out loud.
Yeah.
Do I need to go back up or something? Why is it like pointing me here? I feel like I probably need to go back up.
Yeah.
キニチの方はどう？何か
いや、
こっちもだよ。ククリュウってみんな似てるし。だってみんな翼があって飛べるからふわーっとしてるでしょ。
こっちも収穫なし。みんなは？
ごめん旅人パイモン。ククリュウ見つからなかったよ。大事なことなんでしょ。明日も一緒に探すよ。
I'll try to think of another way.
私たちにできることがあったらいつでも言ってね。友達なんだから遠慮しちゃダメだよ。
火翼の集いの仲間たちにも何か分かったら旅人たちに伝えてくれと頼んでおいた。
I think we'll head back to the Masters of the Night Wind.
分かった。火翼の集いの仲間たちに伝えておこう。
ふわーっとしてるククリュウか。そうだ、オロルンに頼んで罠を作ってもらって捕まえるってのはどう？
オロルンの罠だって何でも捕まえられるわけじゃないだろう。
可能性はゼロじゃないでしょ。今度オロルンに聞いてみるよ。それじゃそろそろ帰るね。早く見つかりますように。うん、いろいろありがとな。
Okay, okay. Damn, so we're not even going to, like, you know, try to hunt down the Cucosaur, right? Interesting, interesting.
Hmm. どうしましょうね。カチーナ、シトラリ、何も手がかり見つからなかった。当時のことを知ってる人もいなかった。そっちは？謎のククリュウは見つかったの？
Don't think it's planning to make an appearance anytime soon.
ならこのことは一旦保留にしましょう。もちろん真相を突き止められたらラッキーだけど、全ての歴史の謎が解明できるとは限らないもの。未知の中で生きる術を学ぶことも大事よ。これまで通りみんなで力を合わせればどんな挑戦だって余裕のよっちゃよ。うん、きっとうまくいくよね。これだけ時間をかけて調べたのに収穫なしだったのは残念だけど。
はあ、やっと見つけたよ、兄弟。
イファ？なんでお前が
キーニチに聞いたけど、ククリュウを探してるんだってな。ちょうどここ数日変なククリュウにつきまとわれてるんだ。
A strange
つ
Cucosaur.
けてくるようになったのはこの前小玉の子から帰ってきてからだ。正直結構怖いぞ。足音もなくついてくるし、夜は影にしか見えないし。最初は俺も存在に気づかなかったけど、ある日夜中に喉が渇いて起きたカクークが急に叫び出したもんで、びっくりして目が覚めた。で窓越しにぼんやりと浮かぶ影が見えたんだ。見た感じククコリュウかな。よく観察してみたらずっと俺をつけてきてるんだ。音がしないから誰にも気づかれてないけどさ。あんたらが探してる子かどうかは知らんが、もしそうなら連れて行ってくれたら大助かりだ。
ってことは、
なあ、あそこの木の後ろに隠れてるんじゃないか。
Nope.
私が行く。
Let's see what happens here. Is she gonna wrestle with a bird?
これはどうしてこんなことが？みんな来て。何も怖いことなんかない。ただこれって
He's just like Io's grandparents, a Saurian ghost. Yeah, light and floaty.
気脈はもう修復されてるはずなのに、どうして帰れなかったんだろう。いろんな原因が考えられるけど、今一番大事なのは。
なあ兄弟、なんで俺についてくるんだ？病気を治してほしいってんなら残念だが俺もどうもしてやれないんだ。
あ、逃げてっちゃった。おいらたちにまねっこち。そういえば今日はかくゆくちゃんと一緒じゃないの？
昨晩の騒動でよっぽどショックを受けたのか、覚えてる人を全部吐き出した後気絶するように眠り込んじまって、まだ起きてないんだ。
とにかくついていきましょう。どこかに案内しようとしてるみたい。どうしてここに？
の？下に何かあるのか？掘り出してほしいのか？
これはオーベンか。シンプルな作りね。経年劣化でぼやけちゃってる。でも読むのに支障はない。数百年前のことみたいね。最後の映画の演舞について？どうしてこんなところに埋められてるの？みんなも見て。これが私たちの探してた真相かも。
治療法は見つかったか？
ああ、海風草と聖火の結晶さえあればなんとかなる。
よかった。早く元気になってくれよ。
族長様がわざわざうちの竜を見舞いに来てくれるなんてな。最近はそんなに忙しくないのか？
どんなに忙しくても弟のことを放ってはおけないだろう。アントゥが病気になってからろくに寝てないお前のことが心配でな。
アントゥは俺の一番大切な仲間だ。大きくなって自由に空を羽ばたけるようになるまで見守ってやるって約束したんだ。この子のおかげでナタを旅してる間も寂しくなかった。はしゃいで落ち込んでたまに拗ねたりもするけど、俺が悲しんでいる時はいつも体を丸めて寄り添ってくれたんだ。今のアントゥには俺が必要だ。これまで身につけてきた医学で何としてでも助けてやりたい。
お前の勇気と知恵には感服だ。だがあの成果の結晶というのは本当に大丈夫なのか？
成果の本質を知るために関連するウォーベンを調べたんだが、部族間で争いが起きると成果の結晶が生まれるらしい。昔
部族が団結していた頃はそれを得るために映画の演舞を開催していたとか。
恥ずかしながら知らなかった。成果の結晶を得るためにわざわざ試合をしていただなんて。一体何に使っていたんだ？
成果の結晶についての研究は断続的なもので、まだこれといった結論は出てない。分かっているのは年素に関する一部の病気の治療に使えることだ。戦士の力を高めるって噂もあるがな。
戦士の力？
ただの噂だ。実物を手に入れない限り何とも言えん。アントゥの病気を治せることだけ分かればそれでいい。他のことは重要じゃない。
それで小規模な映画の演舞を開催するために各部族の族長に頼んで参加者を募ってもらったわけだな。しかし族長たちもよく承諾したものだ。つい先日まであんなに激しく争っていたのに。今だって一触即発の状態だろ。そんなこと俺なら頼む気にもなれないぞ。
状況は分かってるさ。でも他に方法がなかったんだ。幸いどの部族にも俺が見た竜がいたから、族長たちも首を縦に振ってくれた。長い間部族間は争い合ってきた。手を携えて共に何かを成し遂げたのもはるか昔のことだ。今回は仲直りのチャンスかもしれんぞ。共通の目的のために力を合わせる、それこそ本来あるべきナタの姿だろ。
ああ、そうなることを願おう。ところでその荷物は何だ？遠出でもするのか？
ああ、海風草を探してくる。演舞のことは頼んだ。どうか成功させてくれ。
当たり前だ。この兄に任せておけ。
ありがとう。アントゥ、いい子にしてろよ。薬草さえ見つかれば前と同じように走り回れるようになるからな。
イマル、会場で待ち伏せさせるなんて卑怯だぞ。
待ち伏せだと？油断していたのはそっちだろ。卑怯とは言ってくれるな。
いくらなんでも手加減がなさすぎだろ。こちとら7人もの戦士がひどい傷を負って未だに昏睡状態なんだぞ。保証として火力の集いには成果の結晶を渡してもらう。
苦労してやっと手に入れたものをハイハイと渡すわけないでしょ。
演舞を開催したのは竜の病気を治すためだろう。治療にそこまでの量はいらんはずだ。残りは譲ってもらう。
おいイマル、なんとか言え。この場ではっきりな。
お前たちの族長がこの場にいればそんなくだらない質問はしなかっただろう。俺たちが手に入れた成果の結晶はたかが知れている。もっと狡猾な奴らがいるからな。試合中こっそり懐に忍ばせた奴らがどれだけいると思う？お前たちの族長も例外じゃないだろう。会場の中でも外でも宝の奪い合いは絶えなかった。火力の集いは唯一の勝者じゃない。俺たちよりも利益を得た奴らがいるということだ。
なんだって？
やっと分かったぞ。最初から映画の演舞での戦利品を利用して他の部族の力を削ぎ落とす気だったんだな。ナンポールを信じた俺がバカだった。
児玉のこの名にかけてこのままじゃ絶対済まさんからな。行くぞ。
兄貴、アントゥは？
おう、帰ってきたのか。とりあえず座ってくれ。
いや、事実を確かめに来ただけだ。あの噂は本当なのか？
噂？何の噂だ？
映画の演武で血を流す戦いが繰り広げられ、族長たちがひどく揉めた挙句、気がついたらアントゥは行方不明になっていたと。兄貴、映画の演武を成功させるって約束は嘘だったのか？なんでそんな卑劣な手段を使ったんだ？
他に選択肢がなかったんだ。一旦ルールを破る奴が出たら卑怯者が富を独り占めすることになる。ルールを守っても何一つ手に入りはしない。他の部族の奴らが私腹を肥やすのを黙って見ているわけにはいかないだろう。成果の結晶は無限の可能性を秘めている。部族の力を強化できるチャンスを逃せはしない。
この場で善悪を議論するつもりはない。成果の結晶を少し分けてくれ。アントゥを探しに行く。
全部研究に費やした。
何？
アントゥのために少し取っておくつもりだったが、あいつもいなくなったからその必要はなくなった。部族の未来と比べれば一匹の竜など取るに足らん。たとえそれがお前の仲間でもな。
イマル、なんて素晴らしい族長様だ。火翼の集いの未来にその名は永遠に刻まれるだろうさ。だがこれだけは覚えておけ。どんな口実を使っても欲望がもたらす損害が減ることはない。アントゥはきっと兄貴と俺の帰りを楽しみに待っていただろうに、その気持ちを考えたことはあるのか？
ナポール、どこへ行く？
アントゥ！俺だ！頼むから返事してくれ！アントゥ、大丈夫か？なんでこんなところに一人で。すまないアントゥ、俺のせいだ。他の方法を考えような。その後、俺はアントゥを連れて火翼の集いを離れ山で暮らした。アントゥに残された時間は少なかった。俺はこの子を連れて他の部族を訪れては成果の結晶を分けてくれないかと懇願した。それが最後の希望だった。しかしもう誰一人俺の言葉を信じようとはしなかった。罵られようが殴られようが、俺にできることは何度も繰り返し頼み込むことだけ。だがついにアントゥの命は尽きようとしていた。床に伏せて数日、アントゥはひどく悲しそうだった。病気のせいではない。その瞳には自責の念が浮かんでいた。そんなある日、児玉のこの者が成果の結晶を持ってやってきた。見せびらかすように懐から取り出してすぐにしまった。
これが欲しいって？寝言は寝て言え。欲しいなら兄貴に言うんだな。大量に奪っておいてさらに弟と一芝居打とうってか？誰が信じるか。何するんだこの野郎。
どういうわけか、アントゥは成果の結晶を嫌っていたらしい。それを見るなり最後の力を振り絞って壊そうとしたのだ。アントゥが行ってしまってから数年が経ち、 俺はやっと気づいた。人々が成果の結晶を奪い合うのを目の当たりにして、あの子は戸惑っていたのだろう。いつも笑顔だった人間の仲間たちがなぜ突然敵同士になったのか。きっと成果の結晶に惑わされたからに違いない。でも成果の結晶を集めたのは僕を助けるため。僕さえいなければこんなことは起きなかったのかも。そんな罪悪感を抱えながらあの子は死んでいったんだ。罪悪感に苛まれたのは俺も同じだった。もし俺自身が演舞に参加していたら、もしイマルの欲望に気づいていたら、あるいはもっと早く帰ることができたら。しかし、たらればを言っていても仕方がない。代わりに俺は医術の研究と竜の治療に打ち込んできた。アントゥの眠るこの山にいつか俺も眠るのだろう。その前に拙いながらウォーベンに全てを記録した。真相は決して埋もれてはいけない。遥か未来の人々が同じ鉄を踏まないことを切に願う。どうか未来のナタは血を流す争い事などなく、皆の心が一つになった団結の国でありますように。
罪悪感から生まれた医術。じゃあこのそうみたいね。他の人には姿すら見せないのにイファにはついていったのも馴染み深い気配を感じたからでしょう。映画の演舞の記録がほとんど残ってなかったのも当然といえば当然ね。欲望に心を蝕まれた6部族のスキャンダルなんか歴史に残したくはなかったでしょうから。皮肉よね。当時の人々は成果の結晶に不思議な力なんてないことに気づかず策謀を巡らせたけど、結局虚しい現実の他に何も手に入らなかった。そういえばあの子どこに行っちゃったんだろう。あそこにいるぞ。なんか寂しそうだな。
ああ、頼むよ。俺も頭の中を整理する時間が欲しい。何百年も前に起きた悲劇がこんな形で目の前に現れるなんてな。先祖の物語や俺が受け継いだ医術の起源についても初めて知った。俺はどうするべきなんだ。俺にできることってなんだろうな。
You know, chat, here's what I think. I think that, you know, first of all, the story itself, it's a very, like, standard, cliche anime story. So, it's not anything, like, revolutionary. But I think that the story is well told, right? I will say, you know, one criticism that I do have about this quest is basically all of what we just now watched, right? That kind of like really long flashback cutscene. I feel like if Genshin had put in the time to animate that and make it into kind of like a cinematic rather than making it into kind of just like a bunch of voiced images, you know, stitched together, I think it would have had more of a powerful impact, and I think it would have, you know, definitely been more appreciated, because, yeah, I feel like there were definitely moments of that flashback story where the story, you know, was very emotional, very powerful, And then when you take a look at the accompanying visuals, right, you take a look at the, you know, sort of images that are voice acted, which accompany the story, the quality of the, you know, character models moving around and talking and whatever, it just felt very, very elementary. It felt very, like, low quality, and, it felt very, like, low effort. And there were some moments of the visuals where I thought to myself, man, this is kind of breaking the immersion, and it is you know, kind of ruining the story. Yeah, there were some parts of the visuals that I was not a big fan of, but I mean, the story itself, like the voice acting and everything, was fine, you know? A cave. Hmm. Hmm. You know, chat, I think this is a very common, like, it's a very common trope, you know, a very common, like, cliche stereotype that appears in a lot of, like, anime stories, especially, like, stories about, you know, like, kind of conflict, right? For example, a lot of shonen anime. You know, the biggest mistake, the number one thing that kind of set off this entire story, and kind of, like, you know, it was the mistake that, you know, set the snowball rolling down the hill. Basically, the ancestor of Aoife, right? When he was telling the chief, who was his brother, when he was telling him about the sacred flame crystals, he mentioned that there is speculation the crystals could enhance the strength of a person, right? And I feel like that was such an idiotic thing for the, you know, ancestor of Aoife to bring up, right? I feel like if he did not mention a single thing about the speculations of what the crystal could do, then everything would be okay, right? Because you know, as I mentioned, this is something very, very commonly used in like anime stories and whatever. I feel like once a person basically is shown the temptation of like chasing after something desirable, such as power, money, fame, right? World domination, right? All of these different, you know, kind of extreme goals, when they are shown that there is like a potential, you know, pathway to achieve that stuff, even if the pathway is just complete rumors and speculation and whatever, they basically just like lose their ability to think logically and to use, you know, common sense reasoning, right? And you know, as we saw in this story, right, human greed takes over and you know, takes control and ruins everything. And I feel like this is such a very common storytelling element. It's a very common theme that is seen in like anime and probably in like, you know, other media as well. And it's just like, yeah, I don't understand why characters and people don't learn the lesson of like, hey, don't fucking bring up shit about like, oh, this weird, you know, mystical object or whatever, right? This particular thing that we don't really know about, that we haven't done any like serious research into and whatever. Don't mention about what it may or may not be able to potentially do, right? Because it's not worth like mentioning some kind of hypothetical or theoretical if you don't know for sure. And if the, you know, hypothetical that you mention is something dangerous, something risky that, you know, could lead to a negative result, then why would you even bring it up? You know, it's such a dumb thing, a completely pointless, useless thing to even talk about, you know?
Masaka, ご先祖様の仲間の竜に会えるなんて、なんとも不思議な感覚だな。だろ、兄弟。
この子、イファの言葉を理解できるの？
少しだけな。俺はこいつの気持ちがなんとなくわかるし、こいつも俺たちの感じてることを察してくれる。まあその程度だな。仲間の竜ってのはそういうもんだ。長い間一緒に過ごしてこそ気持ちが通じてくる。もしナンポールがここにいれば、もっと自然に交流できただろう。
つまり、この子の目の前であの時のことを話してもわからないってことよね。いいことなのか悪いことなのか。
私はわからない方がいいと思う。逃げたって問題は解決しないし、困難には勇気を持って立ち向かわなきゃいけないって分かってるけど、本当のことを教えても悩みが無駄に増えるだけでしょ。
そうね。この子に謝るべきだった人も責任を負うべきだった人ももういないもの。真相を伝えても傷口に塩を塗るだけで、それ以外何の役にも立たない。
どうにか悲しい記憶を消して。
先祖と同じように、俺も長い時間をかけて竜の心理を研究してきた。竜は鈍い時もあれば、ひどく敏感な時もある。複雑な言葉は理解できないが、こっちの瞳からいろんな情報を感じ取ってくれる。ざっくり言えば、古竜というのは子供みたいなもんだ。人間の仲間を頼りにしていて、自分も何かの役に立ちたいと思っている。役に立てれば嬉しいし、足手まといになると悲しい。だから一番いいのは、過去の出来事の真相にこだわるんじゃなく、 今のこいつの願いを叶えてやることだろうな。
願い？
そうだな。例えばアントゥ、お前はミレイとナイアンのためにここに残ったんだろ。お前は賢い子だ。成果の結晶は友達同士を喧嘩させる悪いもんなんだ。だが数百年経った今、俺たちはそいつを克服する方法を見つけた。俺たちと一緒に成果の結晶の邪悪な力を浄化してお前の友達を助けに行かないか。
なるほど。嘘を現実にするわけね。
Can we even be sure that he understood you?
ちょっと待って。私も分かってないんだけど、成果の結晶には本当にそんな邪悪な力があるの？
もう、ほら、こっち来なさいよ。ばあちゃんが説明してあげるから。
Poor Kachina.
そういうことか。私、頑張るよ。
でもこの計画を実現するには3人だけじゃ足りないな。2日後また聖火競技場で会おう。他の奴らにも声をかけて協力者を探してみる。アントゥに理解してもらうためにはカクークに手伝ってもらおう。よりスムーズに交流できるはずだ。
Okay, alright, alright. Wait until 2 days later, of course. Classic. Classic Genshin impact. Alright, so I completed that. Now all we need to do is this. I suppose we can spend time on this.
Yeah.
Alright, let's try this out, chat. Nope, nope, nope. I didn't actually know that you have to click on the arrows there. This is actually a lot harder than it looks. What the heck? Ooh, I got hit once, chat. I think, like, honestly, it doesn't really matter if I lose any HP or anything like that, but it's kind of, you know, frustrating that I managed to lose 1 HP, due to, like, a really stupid, you know, mechanic. Oh, that's where they are. Okay. Nice. You know, I wish that there was a way that you could zoom out of the entire map, chat. That would be really ideal. This was another stage where I lost 1 life. Ugh, that's annoying. Alright, it's fine though, it's fine. Is this one another stealth one? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Nope, 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 you stupid thing. Then go this way. Could go up there. Oh, wait, both of them are slow on this terrain. Ooh, I see, I see. Oof, this is not good. That's annoying. Oh, how did I fall into that trap, chat? How did I do it? Oh my god. That's such shit timing right there. Literal trash. We were doing so well, chat. We were doing so well. No way. Oh my god, you're kidding me. Oh, that's so trash. Absolutely trash. The funny thing is, chat, right? Like, I don't mind. So on the other stages, right? I don't mind losing a life because I got hit by one of those, like, stupid volcano things. However, what I do, you know, hate is, I hate, like, essentially getting caught by some patrolling hilly churls, right? Because, like, I don't know, to me, the way that my brain thinks about it is that, you know, I kind of look at the sort of volcano, right? I see that as, I mean, obviously it is avoidable, without a doubt, but because, you know, because the volcano, it, I mean, logically speaking, the volcano is kind of like this, natural disaster type thing, right? I kind of see it, and I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? It is a lot harder to avoid a natural disaster compared to, like, some goons, right? Like, these stupid hilly churls. It's a lot, you know, a lot tougher to avoid, like, a natural disaster, and that's why, like, I kind of give myself this sort of leeway, you know? There we go. There we friggin' go, chat. Alright, let's see here. Start challenge. Anything new in this one? Oh, I see. Okay. God damn it. Dry land, huh? Oof. Yeah. Yeah, I need a reset there. I would have lost 2 lives, and 2 is just not acceptable for me. You know, it's kind of funny, chat. I feel like, you know, the music, it is intended to be kind of like, relaxing, right? It's intended to be very, very calming, relaxing music, you know? And, I don't really have an explanation for what it is, but for some reason, when I listen to the music, I don't know. I get a little bit, yeah, let's move this way. Yeah, all I can say is I am not the biggest fan of the music, you know? It's like, it kind of feels like, kind of feels a little bit like I'm being taunted. Wait, no! Oh my god. There we go. Okay, we got 40. I'll take it. And I don't think we lost any lives. Maybe we lost 1, but we made it. Alright, let's see here. So, we did that one, and then now we have the 6th one, the final one. This one is another stealth challenge, huh? Alright, 1 right there. 2 right there. 3 right there. 4, 5, 6. Okay. There is another one down here we could go for. However, I do want to get this one. No way that thing caught me. No freaking shot that thing caught me, chat. That's insane. What? No, 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 no. No, that's fake news right there. That is absolutely false as hell. No way. Oh, that's so trash. Yeah, that is absolute garbage, chat. Okay. Alright, we're retrying that. Okay, where do I want to go now? Probably over there. I currently have 4 of them. There's one right here, and then one up there. Okay, okay. We can do this, chat. We can do this. So... We're so goated, chat. Absolutely legendary. Gamers. Hell yeah, baby. Easy peasy. Definitely my first try, chat. Don't have to go back into the VOD and check. Alright. Nice. Holy crap, chat, it's 11 p.m. That's insane. By the way, when is Genshin gonna implement a fucking claim all button for the rewards? Absolute tragedy. Okay, so we finished everything there. Wait until 2 days later. I really wish I could skip this stupid clock, you know, animation here. God, it's so annoying to just listen to. I know that there was a way, like, long ago, chat, maybe during, like, version 2 point something, maybe 3 point something, there was a way that you could basically iframe, or not iframe, I think iframe is the wrong word, but you could basically, like, glitch the game to where it would skip the clock animation. And you could literally just, like, exit out of the stupid, you know, time manipulation, screen, you know?
眠い。
よく眠れなかったのか？
そうよ。カチーナちゃんがなんだか意味ありげにみんなと話し合いたいことがあるって言ってくるんだもん。一晩中気になっちゃって全然眠れなかった。あれ？今日はやけに静かだね。アハンは閉じ込めたの？
いや、今朝起こそうとしたら、下がれ。偉大なる清流の清き夢を邪魔するなって言われたから。俺もあいつはいない方がいいと思って何も言わなかったんだ。
言わなくて正解だったね。言ってたら絶対参加したがってたよ。遅刻しちゃったか？いえ、ちょうど集まったところよ。イファ、もう始めていいんじゃない？
今日は頼みたいことがあってみんなを呼んだんだ。
どうしたの？急に改まっちゃって。
話せば長くなるが、まずはミレイのとある謎の友達について話そう。
血が流れるほどの部族間の衝突。私たちにとっては馴染みのない話だけど、その頃のナタでは日常茶飯事だったんだな。
各部族が力を合わせて一つのことを成し遂げるって贅沢なことだったんだね。ひどい話。
争いは常に存在するが、部族間となるとおそらく調停できるような規模ではなかったのだろうな。
そしてそのアントゥという小さなククリュウは、聖火の結晶にある邪悪な力が部族間に争いをもたらすと信じ込んでいるわけか。そのせいで様々な誤解が生まれ、今となっては真相を説明するのも難しくなってしまった。ばあちゃんの言う通り、真相はさらなる痛みをもたらすだけだ。
とはいえ、十分な成果の結晶を集め終え、いざミレイの治療に当たるとなった時、アントゥも異変に気づくのではないか。誰も成果の結晶に惑わされず、全てが問題なく進むところを見れば、たとえ人語を介さない古流でも過去の真相を知りたくなるものだろう。
その通りだ。だからこんな計画を考えた。後半の試合が終われば成果の結晶が十分手に入る。その時みんなにはあたかも成果の結晶に惑わされたかのようなふりをして言い争ってほしいんだ。
一芝居打つんだね。なんだか面白そう。それで
そこへ俺とアントゥが駆けつけて、みんなの意識を取り戻すために団結の魔法を発動する。魔法で聖火の結晶にある邪悪な力を破壊するんだ。もちろん魔法も邪悪な力も全部偽物だけどな。ただ単に アントゥには自分がすごいことを成し遂げたと思ってほしいんだ。
そういうことね。後悔の埋め合わせをするなら、過去にできなかったことを成し遂げるのが一番だもんね。うちらで過去のシーンを再現すれば、今回はアントゥが自分の力で未来を変えられるわけだ。でも具体的にはどうやるのさ。何か参考にできるようなものでもあるの？
昔他の国の本で知ったんだけど、参加型舞台劇っていう子供のための劇があるそうよ。英雄と悪党の対決ものが多いんだけど、波乱万丈のストーリーなの。でも最後は決まって、舞台上の英雄が敵に勝てないふりをして子供たちに助けを求めるのよ。そしたら英雄が敵を倒せるように、子供たちは手を高く上げて自分たちの力を英雄に分けてあげるんだって。大人にとってはただのパフォーマンスに過ぎないけど、子供たちは英雄を助けられたことでしばらく幸せな気分に浸れるの。そういう年頃の子って物質的なご褒美よりも信じる心から受け取る喜びの方が大きいんだって実感させられるわよね。
確かに私もすごくわかる。小さい頃お店を手伝う時はパパもママも簡単な仕事を残しておいてくれてた。棚のほこりを払ったり、商品をきちんと並べたり、できたら2人とも全力で褒めてくれるんだよね。すごいわね、ムハラニ。天才だよってすっごく嬉しかったな。
まさにそういうことだ。英雄を助けた子供のように喜んでもらって、少しでも後悔や苦しみを消してやりたいんだ。さらにミレイはアントゥから聖火の結晶の噂を聞いちまってる。目の前で呪いを解かないとミレイが薬を拒むかもしれない。ただ劇を仕上げるのには俺たちだけじゃ足りないんだ。だからこうやって助けを求めに来た。
5人必要なのよね。全部で5枠。早い者勝ちよ。
あたしやるこの中で一番喧嘩に向いてるのはあたしでしょ。店に時々失礼なお客さんが来るんだよね。強気になる場面も必要だったから、あたし結構やれるんだよ。
僕も参加する。邪悪な力の煙とか団結の魔法で出す光とかなら用意できると思うから。
私も入れてくれ。
エンジン様まで。
先ほどシトラリが英雄と悪党の対決について話してくれたが、私もそれに思うところがあってな。舞台の英雄とは異なり、私は皆の力を本当に借りて共に真の強敵に打ち勝った。だからこの役をうまく演じることができると思うのだが、どうだろうか。
マービカが参加するならうちも入れてよ。喧嘩のふりするんでしょ。興味あるな。
よし、役者と裏方は揃ったな。あとは監督というか各方面を連携させる司令官か。
なぜこっちを見る？
14 each.
みんなから信頼されてるってことだよ。
いいだろう。ちょうど時間があるしな。
これで人数は揃ったか？なら私とバレサは映画の演舞の後処理を担当する。
みんなごめんね。私も参加したかったけど、負傷者の搬送を手伝うって約束しちゃったから。
私はお前たちが喧嘩してるとこなんか見たらつい調停したくなってしまうかもしれないからな。
私は大根役者だからさ、演技が下手すぎてすぐ見破られちゃうと思う。だからここで海風草を探し終えた竜を迎えるよ。十分な海風草が集まったらすぐにあんたたちと合流する。これがエンジン様のよくおっしゃるそれぞれの役割を果たすってやつかな。
ああ、模擬試合の後半を終えた後、それぞれの役割を果たすとしよう。
よし、ミレイの病気を治すためにも
後半はもっと熱く戦ってもっとたくさんの成果の結晶を集めよう。秘密の戦術も用意してあるからきっとみんなびっくりするよ。
数百年の時を経て映画の演舞は再び開催された。今回はどうか悔いのない結末を迎えてほしいと思う。みんなやれるだろうか。
はい。
よし、行くとしよう。
Are we gonna have to do some fighting chat, or is it gonna be
みん
cutscenes?
な揃ったな。今回の戦場
疲れるのが嫌なら直接飛んでいくか。奇襲も戦術のうちだ。
僕が煙幕で混乱を引き起こし、君たちが中に入って暴れまくる。
最速で戦闘を終わらせよう。
落ち着けって。まだ相手の陣形も分かってないんだぞ。それに先に近くの敵を倒しておかないと私たちの本拠地も危なくなっちゃうぜ。
Let's start with the base at the foot of the mountain.
この辺りって岩だらけだよな。問題ない。この程度なら強行突破できるさ。さあウォーミングアップだ。
Okay. Hmm.
もっと早くもっと強く。
Man, this is really annoying, chat. You know, for those who are not familiar with what the heck is going on here, so with Ian-san, right? You're kind of supposed to run, and yeah, so you're supposed to run at these rocks, and then you're supposed to like smash into them and break them, right? From what I've seen of the different buttons, the different, you know, options that we have, it seems like we basically have one, you know, button that we can press to smash the rock, which is the right click, or not right click, the left click button, the one that you use for like normal attacks, right? So you press E, and then you do that, right? However, it seems like, as you guys might be able to see here, like, when you try to do it multiple times in a row, it doesn't work, which I think is really bizarre, right? And, you know, basically it seems like Ian-san can only break one rock at a time, right? This is really bizarre, and honestly, I feel like it is not it's not how Ian-san is intended to work, right? I feel like, you know, Ian-san, the way that her character is intended to be used and intended to be played is by smashing through multiple of these rock things at a time. And the interesting thing is, right, with the what's it called? With the introduction of the brand new region, the Collective of Plenty, right? Basically what they did is, you know, they introduced a brand new creature in this Collective of Plenty, and this brand new Saurian, right? It's kind of like this purple bull, right? It's like a minotaur, like a bull creature, right? And the way that creature works is that if you start running with it and you do like the running, you know, speedy charge with that bull, you can actually smash into rocks, and then when you smash into a rock, it will kind of like use that momentum to continue going and continue smashing into multiple rocks. So the Saurian that is introduced with the Collective of Plenty has that ability to smash through multiple rocks back to back to back to back to back, right? Without any pausing, without any interrupting and whatever. However, for Ian-san, it seems like that is not the case. It seems like that is not how she's functioning, which is very, very weird. I don't really know if I like that.
あまり遠くに行くなよ。周りを見張っててくれ。
風が立つぞ。
大丈夫、私たちならいける。撤退するしか。
僕が行く。
よし、これで小玉の子の拠点は片付いたな。次は山を登っていくぞ。疲れてない？手伝ってあげましょうか。ばあちゃんが
ねえ、ばあちゃん。僕がサボってないか確かめに来たのか。
Okay, so now we need to go up the mountain. And of course for this, it means that we use Ian-san. So we press the left click, she smashes it, and then now we have,
そーっとね。コーチの登場だ。どうにかして食い止めないと。抵抗相手になってきてよ。
撃て。お客さんに失礼。
ロックオン。
行くよ。
よし、また勝った。
何かおかしいぞ。相手側の拠点、予想よりだいぶ人数が少なかった。
それにムアラにも見かけなかった。
どうしよう。さっき攻め落とした拠点が流星の衆に奪い返されちゃう。しかも私たちの本拠地に兵を向かわせてるみたい。
ムアラになかなかやるじゃない。どうやら二手に分かれて反撃を阻止しないといけないみたいだな。じゃあ ムアラニのとこには私が行く。この前うちの扉を壊された件についてまだ決着がついてないしね。君たちは引き続き進んで。
すごく助かる。シトラリばあ様がいてくれるなら後方は心配いらないぜ。
ありがとうばあちゃん。絶対に勝つから。
Okay. We need to go this way.
Coach になってくれよ。
向こうは何人いるんだ。
兵力を小規模ユニットに分散させて足止めすることでこっちの士気を下げる。悪くない作戦だ。ロックオン。お客さんにロックオン。失礼。見た感じ、崖の向こうはかがり木の民の拠点みたいだな。
お、ついに決戦か。
崖は高い。飛ぶときは下を見ちゃダメだ。僕から行く。
やはりお前たちは足止めできなかったか。なら思いっきりやり合うしかないな。
周りを見張っててくれ。
風が立つぞ。
まだ終わってないぞ。
今だ。撃て。ロックオン。指導感謝する。
勝負は決まったな。撤退しよう。
僕が行く。勝利の果実は美味しい。ともかくこれでばあちゃんに怒られることもないだろう。
やけにやる気だった。もうそんなこと言われたらまるで私がすっごく怖い人みたいじゃない。そんな小さなことで怒ったことあったかしら。
あふん。とにかく今日はいい感じに体が鍛えられたな。
そうだな。戦いを思う存分楽しめるのは貴重な機会だ。
若いのね。喧嘩でそんなに興奮するなんて。これが終わったらばあちゃんは家にこもって数日横になるわ。
お疲れ。ばあちゃんのおかげで助かったよ。
ムワラに行ったら本当に容赦なかったんだから。次うちに用事を頼みに来たらおこごと言ってやらなくちゃ。成果の決十分よ。さっさと持って帰りましょう。ここからは舞台劇の時間よ。
I really do hope that, you know, the play that they end up doing, I hope that they end up making it into a cinematic cutscene. Because I feel like if they don't, it'll be a little bit cringe.
これで足りるよね。
ああ、使い切れないくらいだ。
いいことだな。皆の試合への熱意がそれほど高まっていたということだ。余った分は有事に備えて取っておこう。さて、ここからが今回のメインイベントだが、いつ始める？
始める前にもう一度計画をおさらいさせてください。成果の結晶を持ってミレイとナイアンの前に置く。その後キーニチの合図とともにオロルンが成果の結晶から黒い霧を出す。自然な流れで全員が喧嘩し始める。最高潮に達した時に俺がアントゥを連れて現れ、アントゥに団結の魔法を発動させる。そしたらオロルンが黒い霧を消し、みんな元通りになる。 いいか？
大丈夫だって。頭の中で何回もシミュレーションしたし。
よし。じゃあ始めよう。
Cinematic, please. Begging.
これで成果の結晶が十分揃ったね。安心して、すぐに元気になれるから。やっぱりイファの言った通りね。すごく抵抗してるみたい。
No cinematic? Oof. Yeah, it is what it is, right, Stellar?
こいつの目の前で呪いを解いてやるんだ。
ムアラニちゃん、なんだか頭がクラクラする。
演出チーム、位置について。
任せてくれ。
そろそろ喧嘩のパートだな。前に話し合った通り、こっちはまずムアラニからだ。
お願い、ムアラニちゃん、任せて。ほほん。よく聞いて、カチーナちゃん。今日こそはガツンと言ってやらなきゃ。カチーナちゃんがこんな悪事を働くなんて。私、本当に怒ってるんだからね。
Oh boy.
私、何かしちゃった？そうよ。
喧嘩が得意だとか、
Oh,
大
this
口
is
叩い
bad.
てなかったか？
それはそうだけど、今は喧嘩する理由が思いつかないの。いつもみたいに喧嘩の才能を発揮させようとしても頭が真っ白だよ。
Oh boy.
まずい。このままだとおちびちゃんにも様子がおかしいのがバレちゃう。喧嘩の内容は何でもいいから、それっぽい雰囲気を作ってよ。待って、今一生懸命考えてるから。そうだ、カチーナちゃん、もう怒ったからね。ちびりゅうビスケット、最後の1枚食べたでしょ。昨日一緒に夜のピクニックをしてた時、最後の楽しみにって残しておいたのにカチーナちゃんが食べちゃったの。ごめんなさい。でもちょっと待ってよ、モアラニちゃんの方がいっぱい食べてたでしょ。食べた量じゃないの。どれだけあったとしても最後の1枚は特別なんだから。
よし、信じたようだな。もうちょっと火種が欲しいが。
ムアラニ、うちの扉を壊した賠償、そろそろ支払ってもらわないと困るんだけど。今その話？この前一緒にご飯食べた時、いらないって言ってくれたじゃん。いつのことよ。この前だよ。流星の州で集まった時、酔っ払って私の手を握って、今までのことはチャラでいいって言ってくれたよ。本当に覚えてないの？演技じゃなくて？私、あの時せっかく。
これが成果の結晶が持つ力なのか。皆の様子がおかしい。こうなった以上、ここは私の力で。
マービか、うちが今までどんだけ我慢してたか分かってんの？どこから手に入れたんだか知らないけど、突然設計図をうちの工房に投げ入れて、ソークリンとやらを作れとか言ってきてさ、毎日そいつに乗ってスピード出しまくって、壊れるたびに修理させに来てる。あんた、うちが休みであろうとお構いなしじゃん。あの特製のサングラスもそうだし、炎に溶けない剣だってそう。一つ一つ言ってあげよっか。
I don't know what I'm looking at, chat.
白根お姉さん、すごくリアル。
芝居じゃないんだろうな。
まだ眠いぜ。おい金日、なんで起こしてくれなかったんだよ。
とにかくこれからは休みの日は仕事を引き受けないし、うちが休憩してるところまで来て邪魔すんのは許さないから。
いや、思い出した。あの日は君が私に酒を飲ませたのよ。私が酔っ払ってる間に過去のツケをチャラにしようって魂胆だったわけ。そんな小細工でばあちゃんをごまかそうだなんて偉くなったものね、ムアラに。
なんだなんだ、何揉めてるんだ。大チャンスじゃねえか。全員よーく聞け。口喧嘩してたって問題は解決しねえ。だからさっさと殴り合っちまえ。この偉大なる清流クフルアハウが審判を務める。
Can we kick him out of the field?
キーニチからだ。キーニチを殴りたいやつはこっちに来い。なんだよ。
ちょうどいいところに来た。
アハウが氷のバケツに入ってたせいで氷が全部使えなくなったんだよ。私が焼いたクッキーも全部食べちゃったでしょ。一晩中準備したのに。いつもでっかい声で喋るから耳が痛いのよ。
俺からは言う必要もないな。お前の悪行は数えきれないほど知ってる。
待て待て、なんで俺がターゲットになってるんだ。
どういうことだ。争いがどんどん激しくなっていく。これが聖火の結晶が持つ邪悪な力か。
Ah,
こうなっては
yes.
もう私の力だけでは浄化できない。
A plus acting.
一体どうすればそう、このままではナタが危ない。あと少し力が必要だ。誰か手伝ってくれるものは。事前にセリフをメモしておいてよかった。これで大丈夫なはず。
俺たちの出番だ。アントゥ、準備はいいか。アントゥ。
救ってやる必要なんかないだろう。聖火の結晶を取っておけばもっといろんなことができる。
いいぜ。今日という今日は今までの決着をきっちりつけてもらうからな。お前たち児玉の子が俺たちを非難する資格なんかないだろう。お前たちのせいでこっちがどれだけ嫌な思いをしてきたか考えてみろ。
へっ、詐欺師と臆病者どもが一堂に会するとは虫唾が走る。
ルールを守ったところで神様はひいきしてくれやしない。いいものは自分の手で奪い取るしかないんだ。
お前らを信じた俺がバカだった。
アントゥ。
そこまでだ。オイラたちが来たぞ。
人心を惑わす邪悪な力よ。今のナタにお前の居場所はない。俺たちは強く団結してこれからも共に生きていくんだ。さあ兄弟行け。俺が教えた団結の魔法を使うんだ。
オロル。
了解。
運命の旅路は険しく、人心は高き壁をなす。だが我々は壁を越えて進んでいく。争いが二度と起こらないことを願って。
これは邪悪な力が消えている。
魔法が効いたみたいだな。
グレインチップスには甘いチーズが合うんだよ。ふん、塩気のあるチーズこそ王道。ナタで代々受け継がれてきた歴史あるテイストよ。
へへ、チーズなんてガキが食うもんじゃねえか。俺は花からそんなもん食わねえぜ。
確かに塩気のあるチーズをつけたグレインチップスもなかなか美味しそうかも。物語を聞きながら食べるのに良さそう。お酒にも合うのよ。でも甘いチーズをリキュールに合わせるのも良さそうね。機会があればまた集まりましょう。うちの扉を壊した件はもうなしってことでいいから。ストラリアおばあ様最高。次はカチーナちゃんも連れて行くね。チビリュービスケットとグレインチップスを焼いて持ってくよ。うん、ブレイズミートシチューと火山ケーキも。あら、じゃあ私はバレさんにお願いして君たちでも飲めるジュースを調合してもらっとこうかしら。まったく、君たちもいつになったら大人になってくれるのかしらね。また私一人でお酒じゃない。
Rude, said Lolly.
お酒ばっかり飲んでないでさ。名園の主にはミステリードリンクがあるじゃん。甘酸っぱくて今すごく流行ってるんだって。きっとどんなお酒よりも美味しいよ。
待てよ、どういうことだ。みんな急に態度が変わりすぎじゃないか。
あれ、うちさっきは何を思い出せない。マービカ、覚えてる？
さて何だったか。確かそう、私にはぜひ工房に足しげく通ってもらい難しい注文をしてほしいと言っていたな。人生とはまさに登山のようだ。素晴らしい景色は険しい道を越えた先で待っている。そんな熱い思いを私はシロネンから感じたよ。
何それ、本気で言ってんの？
冗談だ。今度からは変な仕事を君に押し付けたりしない。できるだけな。
お前らまで目を覚ませ。何かに騙されてんのか。キリチ、どうにかして。
アハウ、俺もお前に謝らないとな。いつも厳しくしすぎた。
邪悪な力は完全に消え去ったみたいだ。助けてくれたのは君か？
よくやったアントゥ。成果の結晶は浄化された。これでお前の友達を治療できるぞ。早く伝えてやらないとな。お疲れみんな。うまくいったな。想像以上だ。
だから言ったでしょ。私喧嘩は得意なんだって。
危うくバレるところだったかな。
部族の子供たちの方がまだうまかったわよ。おちびちゃんが私たちの言語を理解できないのが幸いだったわね。仕方ないじゃん。カチーナちゃんに言う文句なんて思いつかなかったんだもん。モアラニちゃん、実はね、私も同じだったんだ。演技だって分かっててもモアラニちゃんとは喧嘩なんてしたくなかった。
なんだ、演技だったのかよ。つまんね。俺は帰って寝るぞ。
I feel that, Asia.
あとは海風草だけだよね。うちが来た時にもう見つかったって言ってたから、時期に揃うと思うけど。
みんな、ご っちだ。イオンさん、それ薬草が集まったぞ。受け取るって言ったんだけど、自分たちで届けに来たかったみたいでさ。だから一緒に来たんだ。ほら、これだけあれば足りるよな。
あ、ちょっと待っててくれ。すぐに調合してくる。カークーク、喋ってないで手伝ってくれ。ついにこの時が来たな。胸が高鳴っちまう。みんなの意志の結晶。どうか病を払い、奇跡をもたらしてくれ。元気出せよ、兄弟。友達が去って悲しいだろうが、俺たちにとっての別れはあいつらにとっての再会でもあるんだ。アントゥの魂はあまりにも長い間この世をさまよっていた。お前が元気になったのを見て気がかりがなくなったんだろう。仲間の元に戻ること、それがあいつの最後の願いだったんだ。こういう時はおめでとうって言うべきだぞ。お前が回復した時に踊ってくれたみたいにな。ありがとな、みんな。あんたらのおかげで先祖ができなかったことを成し遂げられた。病気で苦しむこの子を助けられたってだけじゃない。年祖に関する症状の研究にも大いに役立った。医者として感無量だ。
よし、ではここに映画の演舞が無事終了したことを宣言する。私にとってこの大会にはもう一つの意味があった。開催期間中、私は争いや企み、利益を得ようと打算を働かせる行為を一切見なかった。ナタの6部族が力を合わせてこの快挙を成し遂げたのだ。アビスという脅威がなくなった今も、私たちは家族のように互いを思い合っている。我々は 過去の人々よりもずっとうまくやれているし、未来のナタの人々は今よりもさらに団結できているはずだ。よって恒例の宴も欠かすわけにはいかない。みんな思いっきり飲んで騒ごうではないか。
やった
ちょうど昨日採れたばかりの新鮮な野菜があるから後で取りに行く。
肉はこっちに任せてくれ。
肉多めでよろ。
他のみんなも呼んでくるぜ。人手は多いに越したことはないだろう。それにみんなで作った飯はうまいからな。
ではまた夜に会おう。
Shut up, Paimon. Alright, where's this banquet happening? Where are we going? My god, this is far away. Yeah, that cutscene was not too bad. I enjoyed the cutscene, but everything that came before it, I was like, I don't know. It felt a little bit too much. Everything that happened, it definitely felt like there was some prawn acting going on, if you get my drift. Yo, that looks banger. If it's like chocolate cake with ice cream on it, then hell yeah.
いいよ。もともとあなたたちのために焼いたから。甘いケーキを食べると悩みも忘れちゃうよね。ここにいるみんなが毎日楽しく過ごせるといいな。
Seem to have bounced back, Kachina.
確かにこれから何をすればいいのか迷ってた。でも今回昔のオーベンを見て、六部族が昔はこんなに団結してなかったってこと初めて知ったんだ。しょっちゅう喧嘩してた上に暴力まで振るい合ってたなんて、私は一度も経験したことがないし、そんな辛い生活想像すらできないよ。私今のナタが好き。友達と一緒にいる時間が好き。パカルおじさんが言ってたんだ。手に入れるのが難しいものほど大切にしないとダメだって。だから友達のみんなが楽しく過ごせるようにできる限りのことをやりたいよ。一番大事なのはこれからもずっと団結していけることだもん。具体的に何をするかはまだ決めてないけど、でも自分の得意なことから始めていいんだと思う。こうやってケーキやビスケットを焼いてみんなと分け合うとかね。
You're a good kid, Kachina.
おいらいいアイディアがあるぜ。そうすればケーキ屋さん後でムハラニちゃんにお店の開き方を教えてもらわないと。毎日美味しいスイーツを作って食べた人に笑顔になってもらえるのならすごく幸せだと思う。ありがとう。また頑張れる目標ができた気がするよ。
Actually, a dessert shop sounds kind of banger.
そうだ。それならパーティーの前にあの丘に行って先祖にお参りしたいって言ってたよ。まだ帰ってきてないの？これ以上遅く仕方ないな。おいらたちで。
Shut up, Paimon. Look for Aoife. Where the heck is he? All the way over here. Well, frickety frack. Got me climbing up mountains and hills just to find you, bud.
ご先祖様よ。今頃あんたもきっと楽しく集まってるんだろ。俺にもククリュウの仲間がいるから気持ちはよくわかる。初めてこいつに会った時は変わった見た目のせいで他の竜にいじめられてた。血まみれで危うく命まで失うところだったんだ。俺が薬を塗ってやったらガンとして俺から離れたがらなくなって、今じゃ俺の助手だ。よせ水臭い。医者として俺と各地を回るのは間違いなく大変な旅だ。病気の竜を治療していた時、カクークも感染しちまった時がある。こいつ高熱を出して、俺はあちこちで薬草を探し回り、できる限りのことをやり尽くした。それでもカクークは視線をさまよい、俺は祈り続けることしかできなかった。もしあの時治らなかったら、俺もきっと同じ罪悪感に苛まれていたんだろうな。幸いこいつは辛抱強く持ちこたえてくれて、俺を手伝ってくれてる。本当に頼りになる助手だ。ありがとうと言うべきはこっちだ。兄弟。罪悪感から生まれた医術か。これからも俺たちはこの術をより良くしていくつもりだ。この世界で同じような気持ちになる人が二度と生まれないように。
Og, very, very nice. We didn't even get to walk up to Aoife and, you know, say anything to him. Which honestly I think is better. I think that's exactly how it should have ended. But yeah, very, very Pog stuff. Let me see here. Invite character.
こんにちは。僕は名園の主のオロルンだ。
Cool.
野菜はいるか？野菜売りじゃないが、少し分けてあげてもいい。心配しないでくれ。何か意図があるわけじゃないし、君から何か得ようとしているわけでもない。種が育ってどんな姿になるのかが知りたくて植えたら、どんどん増えてしまってな。喜んで食べてくれる人の胃袋の中で最後を迎えられたら、野菜たちも幸せだろ。
My god, he talks so much. Well, there we go. Nicely done. And yeah, we got all the rewards as well. Very Pog. Very Pog indeed. Good shit, Chad. Good shit. This took us a very long time, though. I think, when did I start stream? Like 6 p.m.? 6:30 p.m.? So we've been live for roughly about 5 to 6 hours already. Holy. Yeah, the event stuff, you know, not just the quest, but also the kind of gameplay and whatnot, the activities, took us quite a while. I did not expect that. But, I mean, at the very least, I didn't plan on doing anything afterwards. Yeah, good shit, chat, good shit. Cool. So, chat, it is currently 12:30 a.m. in the morning. Bro said Pog in the big 25. I mean, listen, Pog is... It's a forever lasting word. It is a word that will never ever die because Pog is Pog, bro. We are just pogging every single day of our lives. And if we don't pog, then we just die, right? Pog is life. Anyways, chat. It is currently 12:30 a.m. Almost getting closer and closer to 1 a.m. I think I'm gonna go ahead and conclude the stream here. I'm gonna end it here. We finished the quest line, we finished the event. That's good stuff. That way I don't have to worry about it for the next 4 days or whatever. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, none of the other like Genshin events, like for example this one right here, I don't think that they have any sort of like voice acted questline stuff, right? Like, I think it's literally just do combat or do some other, random limited activity, right? Yeah, cool. So here is what I will say going forward. Yes, sir. Good night, Stellar82. Good night, my friend. So here's what I'll say, kind of like going forward, right, chat? Normally I don't typically stream on YouTube, right? Streaming on YouTube is a very rare thing for me. I think that at some point I would really like to basically stream the Wuthering Waves 2.2 quest because I've heard that it's actually interesting. I've heard that it's good, and I've also seen that the 2.2 quest, once you complete it, like by going through the quest, you kind of unlock new areas and new content in the game. So, getting to unlock all of that stuff and not being, you know, not falling behind on content due to the incompletion of the quest, that is something that I desire, right? So the thing is, I don't think that I will be able to do another YouTube live stream this week because, today, well, okay, today was Wednesday, right? Although right now it's past midnight, so it's technically Thursday. But today was Wednesday. Thursday, I could potentially go live and stream, like if I wanted to, but I think that, so, okay. Streaming multiple days in a row, obviously I've done it before, and I do it on Twitch, right? I stream multiple days back to back, but I think that, streaming multiple days on YouTube and also on Twitch as well, it's not really something that I am particularly fond of. I would rather just, like, have some breaks every once in a while and, spend some time doing some other fun hobbies instead. Not to mention that, like, I do gotta make sure that all of my school stuff is sorted out and just make sure I'm not missing any work, any activities or whatever that I need for school stuff. So there's that. Yeah, so very likely, Thursday, which is technically already today, I will not be doing another YouTube live stream. And then on Friday, Saturday, Sunday of this week, or I should say this weekend, I will be live on Twitch, and I'll be streaming on Twitch. For those who don't know, I will be playing the game Lies of P, and basically be continuing my very first ever blind playthrough of the game. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all 3 of those days, I will be live streaming on Twitch. There is a chance that maybe next week I might be able to do a YouTube live stream. It's going to be a little bit tough to schedule it though because, right now it is the beginning of the current, college quarter. So starting next week, I am very likely going to be getting homework assignments and I'm going to be getting, different responsibilities that I need to take care of. And so there might be, many days during the next week where I'm preoccupied and I'm busy. If I am able to maybe schedule a YouTube live stream next week, then I expect it will either be probably Tuesday or Wednesday, one of those 2 days. Yeah, that is at the very least what I would assume. Although obviously everything is TBD. It's to be decided, right? Yeah, there's not really any guarantee that I'll be able to do a YouTube live stream, but if you want to, say hello and catch me live, I will be on Twitch and I will be playing a non-gacha game which in my opinion is kind of better, more fun, more enjoyable than Genshin or Wuthering Waves or whatever else you have out there. But yeah, it might be a while until I do another YouTube live stream. Yeah. In any case, though, I will let you guys know. So, for those of you who are out there who, you know, there might be some of you that watch Twitch, right? And I'm like, okay, even if you don't watch my channel on Twitch, which is perfectly okay, I don't blame you, and I'm not saying that you should. So on Twitch, there is a feature which I really like. I think this is a pretty neat thing, and I've started to use it more and more often recently. There's a thing on Twitch called Twitch Stories, and basically you can think about Twitch Stories kind of similar to like YouTube, YouTube Shorts or Instagram Reels or whatever, right? So Twitch Stories is basically a method for streamers to kind of communicate with their viewers, with their audience when they are offline. So, you know, if I'm offline and I'm not streaming, I can, you know, post a picture or I can take a short video and I can be like, "Hey guys, what's up? This is what's going on today," right? And so it's like, yeah, kind of just a tiny little miniature social media aspect on Twitch. What I've started doing recently is for my Twitch viewers, right? Even though I don't really have anybody who actively watches me a lot on Twitch, I've started uploading like on certain days. For example, you know, earlier today, right? I uploaded a Twitch story and I was like, "Hey guys, I'm going to be live streaming over on YouTube. If you want, come and check out the stream. If you don't watch YouTube, that's perfectly fine," right? So what I will probably do is, you know, next week, if I do get a day when I am, you know, not busy, not preoccupied by anything, and I'm feeling motivated to stream on YouTube, then I will post about it in or not in, but on the Twitch Stories, you know, whatever it's called, feature, right? What I will try to do, and I will try to remind myself to do this, if I can figure out like, hey, I want to stream on this day at this time, I will see if I can put out an announcement on my YouTube channel, you know, just be like, "Hey guys, letting you know I will be doing another live stream on this day at this time," right? And it may be possibly an announcement that is kind of spontaneous. So, you know, I might randomly do like a YouTube post where I'm like, "Hey guys, I'll be going live in like an hour on YouTube and doing a stream, just a random stream." But I'll try to give you guys as much of a heads up as I possibly can, assuming that I can, you know, go live and stream at all. And, you know, obviously, if you guys don't see me post anything on YouTube, then, you know, it goes without saying that I'm not able to find the time to stream on YouTube. But I will be live this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and I will be live next Friday, Saturday, Sunday as well, I believe. I could be wrong. Let me see here. I'm going to check the calendar. Oh, wait. Actually, so this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I will be live, right? However, next weekend, I very likely won't be live because I will be attending an IRL event, which I'm very excited for. But yeah. Anyways, chat, that was a pretty good stream. I will say, so, you know, we had basically two different Genshin quests, right? We had the Veressa quest, which we did, I think, last week, and then we had the Aoife quest, which we did today, right? If I were to compare the two of them, I think that both of them were interesting. Both of them were you know, good quests to learn more about the characters, right, respectively. That being said, I do think that, I don't know. I think that Aoife's quest, it felt a little bit more, I don't know. It felt a little bit like more serious. I think that that might be the best description to give it. Even though, you know, the Aoife quest is definitely without a doubt kind of like side content. You know, it's not really something that is integral to the plot of Genshin Impact, right? The core plot synopsis. Um, Even though the Aoife quest was without a doubt side content, it did feel a little bit more impactful, more important, more, yeah, I don't know. It was just, it felt bigger than the Varesa quest. And I do feel like the, the hypothetical stakes that the two quests had, um, I think the Aoife quest had a little bit more at stake compared to the Varesa one. Um, that's not to say that the Varesa quest was horrible or anything, but I can definitely see why those quests were not considered as like, you know, Archon quests or some kind of other important um story, right? Um, for the Aoife quest that we just now completed, overall, I think that one, the story, like the idea for the story, the concept for the story was nice. The the visuals, right? Like as in, you know, everything excluding the final cinematic cutscene, right? I felt like it was a little bit lackluster, and it felt like I don't know. There were moments where I kind of cringed, and I felt like it was a little bit lame watching it, and I was like, man, this is, you know, when I was going through the story, there were moments where I was like kind of reminded, you know, I just thought to myself, man, Genshin Impact really truly is a video game for children, you know. Um, yeah, there was so many moments of that quest line where I was like, yeah, this is specifically designed, specifically engineered for younger children who are playing Genshin Impact, right? Um, so, you know, the visuals and everything um could have been better, could have been improved. I don't think that they were amazing. I will say the final cinematic cutscene was nice, but I wish that they had done more cinematic cutscenes or they had made them longer. You know, um, yeah, that was like a probably a solid 6 or 7 out of 10 in terms of quality. Not too bad, not too bad, but yeah. In any case, though, that's going to do it for today's stream chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you guys a lot. Yeah, especially anyone out there, like, you know, I'm basically a nobody on YouTube. I'm basically a nobody on Twitch. I appreciate anyone out there who watches the kind of like random uploads that I do, right? As of this moment, I'm currently just like taking my Lies of P playthrough and slowly uploading it over to my YouTube channel. So anyone who is like watching those videos on my channel, I appreciate you guys a lot. You guys are awesome. Um, yeah. Massive shout out to Stellar82 for stopping by, saying hello. Stellar is I think one of the very first people who kind of followed my channel and you know kind of started interacting with me and kind of just got to know me a little bit better. So Stellar is a fantastic human being. One might say they are a stellar human being. Tee hee hee ha ha ha. That was a horrible pun. And with that, I'm going to end off today's live stream. Yeah. I'll swap over to the ending screen, and then very shortly afterwards, I will go ahead and shut everything down. But yeah, if you guys want to catch me live on Twitch, feel free to. More than welcome to. It's basically twitch.tv/ and then same, basically the exact same username as on YouTube. Yeah, but for now, I will say good night and farewell to you guys. Yeah. Before I disappear, for anyone who has never ever seen him before, this right here is my good old channel mascot, right? My yeah, he's kind of like my streaming partner, and he's a giant, massive, fluffy capybara. He's awesome. Doesn't really have a name, but I appreciate him a lot, and he wants to say goodbye to you guys, right? So I'll see you guys later. Have a good night. Peace out. Bye bye. And yeah, keep it chill, keep it cozy. Yeah. All right. See you guys later. Have a good one. Yeah, I'll end the stream here. Let me go ahead and swap over to the good old ending screen if I can find it. Where is it? There we go. All right. Bye, guys. See you later. Good night, everyone. Bye-bye.